Hey folks, how's it going? Oh, we already got a raid from Spence and Zug. Thank you, thank you. We just got started here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? What's up, folks? Just getting the stream started here. We are going to be doing a lesson with fellow streamer Alexandra in just a minute here. Gonna get that set up soon. And then I'll probably stream for a bit after that. Pretty open Friday actually. So TGIF. Hopefully everyone is doing well. I think I'm gonna suggest that we do some endgames this lesson, just to make sure Alex is up to date on her endgames. So we'll see. But yeah, should be instructive one. I'm gonna try to focus on the most kind of important endgames. Cool. So we'll be getting that started soon. Right, let's go here. Probably gonna have to switch some stuff up for the later stream, but that's okay. Got the Rocky song stuck in my head. I was at the gym and Rocky came on. I was like, yeah, let's go. Okay. Let's see, can we? Okay, I think we're on good track here. I know everyone's watching the Magnus Hikaru match, I'm sure. Oh, 9-9 heading into the bullet. Oh, very exciting. Very exciting. I need to check one more thing for me. ChessDojoLive. Hey, what's up, Schnee? We just are getting started here. Cool. Yeah, about to do a lesson with Alex in just a bit. So should be pretty good. Then after that, I'm gonna stream. Probably do some game annotations afterwards. Haven't annotated my games in a while, and I'm behind a bit. So I gotta work on my chess. I gotta work on my speed chess. I gotta work on it all. We all gotta improve our chess. So, not the best timing for the lesson. I realize the Magnus Hikaru final is ongoing, but what can you do? Maybe not everyone is interested in the bullet portion. Okay, looks like we got Alex ready, so let's see if we can set up this lesson. I'm gonna have to shut down my camera for a sec, but I will be back shortly. Oh, there we go. Already working. But we're we're backwards. Hold on. Let's fix this. There we go. That should be better. All right, she should join soon, so we'll be able to. This is fine. It should get fixed Fix soon. I don't know where to. I'll be here. Is this good? I'll be right here.
Hello,
Hey, Alex, how's it going?
I'm good. Can you see me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no, I gotta
How are
rearrange the
you?
cameras. I'm doing good, doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a little bit sad because I my phone is broken. But
Oh, your phone?
it's yes,
Sorry to hear that.
it's okay. Okay. Um, how you been?
Good, good, good. Busy, busy as always. How about you?
I was trying to sign to the university and also my paperwork, but now I think everything is solved. Now I'm more relaxed.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
How's your chess been going?
Well, that's the thing. My chess is not it's not going very well. I feel like I'm playing worst. I'm having a bad time. Like for
Mm-hmm.
example, the last week I was not playing because I was studying and solving my paperwork, the university. And last week I tried to play and I was having a really bad week. Like in one day, I lost more than 100 elo, but that was in bullet.
Okay,
The
bullet.
good
Okay,
thing,
that's not even chess, Alex. What are you talking about?
yeah, yeah. The good thing is, is in blitz. Before this bad break, I reached 1900. Yeah,
Cool,
for the first time.
nice.
Yeah. Uh,
Well, yeah.
uh, uh, yeah.
I mean,
Um.
your form from week to week, of course, it's always, yeah, it's gonna shift around. Especially if you're not doing too much chess, yeah, you might like struggle a bit in blitz and rapid.
Yeah. I think. I was feeling my chest was not very good these days,
Mm-hmm.
but I hope to change that uh, uh, soon.
Great, great. Yeah. I mean, oh, hey, Rookie Redhead, thanks for the raid. Welcome, folks. Welcome. We're just getting started here. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to work on chess when you have like other stuff going on in your life, like like non-chess stuff. It's hard to like focus and improve, but it's always doable to get back into it, and get to where you were. Are you planning on any tournaments soon?
No, I was so focused on this. Was uh, not looking at chess too much, but now I'm back. Like, and I want to look for tournaments and also streaming and playing, improving my chess.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So for the lesson today, I was thinking it'd probably be helpful to maybe review some endgames because
Okay.
I don't think we've talked about the endgame at all. So I have no idea where you're at. And yeah, it'd be good to kind of review some, not like super basic endgames, but endgames I think you should be kind of like familiar or comfortable with. And yeah, just take it from there.
Okay, I would like because I didn't see Endgames years, I think. And
Years. Okay.
it's
Then good. Yeah, because these are things like you not only have to review them, you also have to practice like with your own hand. A lot of players, they might like read an endgame book or like watch a video, they learn some idea, but then if you don't like practice doing the thing, then it's very hard to actually remember it when you get it in a game and then the clock is ticking and pressure's on. It's really hard to figure out some endgame if you haven't really had a lot of experience in it.
Yes, I agree, and I think when I was playing competitively, like I think one of my weakness was the end game. I somehow like, for example, rook end games. I lost, and I didn't have to lose because well, it was rook's end games. I just played really bad, and I think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it happens to all of us. Especially, yeah, rook end games can be very, very tricky because they all look the same, and then you see one idea and you're like, oh, does it work here? And you're not sure. So it's like, yeah, you really have to know these things like really, really well. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, basically, I just want to give you a couple end games, and then if you know it, great. We won't spend too much time on it, but yeah, if you're not super comfortable with it, then we'll discuss it a bit, practice, and hopefully give you some good tips for the future.
Okay. Thank you.
All
Thank you,
right.
Kostya. Sounds great.
Okay, let's start. We'll just start very simple, warm up. One of the most important end games I think everyone should know. Hopefully this works. Yes, great. Oh, I sent you the classroom link, by the way, in Discord.
Okay. Here. Okay, just a second. Uh,
And I think these end games will be good for chat as well. If you guys are not like super comfortable with the ideas here, hopefully it'll be a good review or intro. We'll see.
yeah, I think it's very important to know end games. Okay. I'm in the classroom now.
Awesome. I see you. All right. So we're going to start with, yeah, one of the most fundamental end games out there. I'm going to have you play white in this position.
So I play against you with white.
Exactly. Yeah. Should be white to move. And you should be able to move the pieces around as well.
Okay.
But yeah.
Mhm.
Well, first position. Are you familiar with this one?
Mm, yes, I think so. I'm not very sure. Yeah, how? Well, I don't remember very well. Something I know, something I saw about this before,
Right.
but I really don't remember very well. I just know some things like. Well, I have to say, I think and I know rook end games. There are a lot uh, of study because depending where is the pawn, if it's in um, second line or different things, if the king is this side. So I don't remember very well. Yeah, I feel like I have to keep my rook in this side or something like that.
Let's see.
It,
Oh, are you making arrows?
no,
Oh, okay.
like that.
Oh, there we go. I
Okay,
see that. Okay, good. Yeah, if you see arrows, I'll see them.
okay. Okay. If, also, I think checks here depending. Um, and also the king is important. Is in the short side, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, you've done so many stuff, and yeah, you remember. But that's all good. I'm glad we're starting with this one because this is really like one of the most like fundamental positions, and I really want to get you to a point where you could hold this position or similar against anyone. Like Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, it doesn't matter as long as you have time on the clock. Like your hand just knows what to do.
Okay.
So let's talk about a little bit, and then I'll have you kind of play it out. Um, Basically, well, this is known as the Philidor position. or you can also call it the Philidor defense. Because if you're playing white, you're down a pawn, you're trying to hold the draw, of course. And pretty much like most rook endgames will come down to either this kind of position, like if it comes down to one pawn, either a Philidor, or another one we'll review is the Lucina,
Yeah.
right? Which
I
is basically when the stronger side is going to be winning the game.
yeah. I remember the name Lucina,
But how to do it,
yeah.
yeah, a little harder. No, but hopefully this lesson is serves as a really good review. The key thing to remember here in these endgames is that if the defending king, this is kind of like the most important like rule of thumb. If the defending king can control the queening square of the pawn, then you can hold the draw easily.
Okay.
If not, if the king gets pushed out, that's when you start to get into Lucina territory. And that's when it's not always a win, but that's when the stronger side actually has some chances to win the game. So
Okay.
basically white's job here is to kind of prevent the king from getting flushed out. And how would the king get kicked out? Well, for example, if let's say white gave this check, and then black plays here.
I know
Now,
already.
white's king has to leave e1, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
this would be a problem. And this is where your short side, long side thing, this is where it's useful. So if you already have this position, you have to start running with the king. Pretty much always your king should run to the short side, which basically for
Okay.
anyone that doesn't know means there's less files on this side of the board. So this would be the short side, then the rook would go to the long side and try to give checks.
Okay.
But that's advanced. So before we even talk about that, let's go back here. And so now let me ask you, how can we try to stop black's king from getting in?
Because you played rook f8 check and you said it's not good. I mean, like, I already know that. I think maybe I should try to bring the rook to b4. No. Yes, b4. Rook
Okay.
b4, pinning the pawn so cannot advance. And if king e3, I just check the rook b3 check and has to go back.
Let's try it. So rook b4.
Yeah.
So you're right. If king e3, you have this check. And then you're able to keep your king on e1. Black has to go back. You're still holding.
Yeah.
Problem is black can try this move.
Oh.
And now they're threatening to give you a check, and your king is going to have to evacuate, right? And that's where we start to have problems. And we can't even go to the short side anymore, so that could be really, really bad. Probably just losing. So
Okay.
we not only have to deal with this one, we also have to deal with this one.
Okay. That's a problem. Okay. If okay. So if we go rook b4 and king f3, if I check, he just pushed the pawn and threat checkmate. Right? And I'm in trouble here. If I just go rook b1, maybe change sides, rook h2.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Let's just put it on the board for the viewers. Let's say you started with this one, king here, check, pawn up. And then, yeah, at this point, black is now threatening mate. It would be great if our rook could somehow start giving checks from the back, right? But here our rook is misplaced. And then we're forced to what we call passive defense, where you're just like defending the king, but yeah, rook h2 and it's game over. We're just, well, not game over yet. Black is going to get Lucina position, and then we'll have to win that. Actually, here it's really over because it's just check.
Yeah, check. Yeah.
Taking the rook. Okay, so here we can conclude white's lost.
Yeah, it's lost.
All right, so yeah, this is a problem. So how do we stop both of these moves?
Okay. What about rook b3?
Rook b3, absolutely.
Okay.
So this move, this is like the key idea you got to remember. This is like kind of what's called the Philidor defense. Another way to remember it is 6th rank defense. It's not really the 6th rank, it's the 3rd rank, but from black's point of view, it's the 6th rank. And if white was the one with the pawn, right, then black would be defending there. Okay. So now this move makes it very, very hard for black to create progress. Most logical move would be, let's say, e3, right? You push the pawn first, you try to get king f3 and mate the king. But this is a little bit different because now white has an extra tempo compared to the previous line. So how would you defend from here?
I go back with the rook to start checking the king from the back, like rook b8.
Exactly. Perfect. Rook b8. And now actually it's very easy because now this king has nowhere to hide. Earlier we saw like rook f8 check, the king was hiding in front of the pawn, and then that was a problem. Here the king can no longer hide. Black can give some checks, but it doesn't do anything. White's king just stays in front of the pawn. And it's very hard for black to escape the checks. Any move, you're just checking from behind. Check, 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 check. Black can try to, let's say, block with the rook. Let's say this. So how would you proceed from here?
Just check.
Mm-hmm.
Check rook f8 check.
Yeah. Why don't you make the move so you get used to like playing this position out, and then I'll play black.
Okay. I just take.
Good. And then this position, you know you can hold, right?
Yeah.
And you could hold it against anyone. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. So this is kind of the goal, right? Like, it's like building out your endgame base. Like, you already know this position 100%. You'll hold it, no problem. Like, blindfold, like 2 seconds on your clock. Like, you just know it really well. And so the more of these positions you kind of add to your base, it's like the easier it is during the game, because then you can try to navigate to one of these end games and it becomes much easier to calculate, because you don't have to calculate any further. You already know it's a draw and you know exactly how to hold it.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So this is a key point. You know, sometimes black can offer a rook trade, but if you have a way to just trade into a drawn king and pawn endgame, then easy, you're done. And if black doesn't do this, well, not much they can do. You're about to give a bunch of checks and that's it. You're just checking, 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 checking.
Yeah.
So this is the key idea to remember. Like, you're defending on the 6th rank. You're waiting for black to advance the pawn first, not the king. So you're not letting black get the king in front of the pawn. And as soon as the pawn pushes, then you're just coming back.
Yeah, I feel it's important to know to the rook has to be in this sixth uh, is line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sixth rank, third rank, exactly.
Rank. Okay, rank. Okay.
Okay. So let's play a bit from here. I'll play black. I'll try to, I don't know, trick you somehow. You try to hold with white.
Okay.
But this is really the main idea you need to understand. The rook holds along the third rank until black pushes the pawn, and then you run back.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I'll try. Let me flip the board. Okay. Did that flip the board for you, or you still see it from white side?
I see the black side.
Oh, okay. Let's flip it back. So we'll see it from white side. All right. I'll go here.
I feel like I don't have to panic and just go here. Hmm. Oh.
Okay. Good. Good. So you did fine. One thing I just want to stress is like you're kind of making it hard on yourself.
Why?
So like here, all right, rook b8, then check, and then another check. But then you always have to calculate like, ooh, like check, are you going to have another check here? You don't need to calculate anything. Just keep your rook on the third rank.
Okay. I can. I was not sure if I can bring the rook to the other side.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, your rook is fine anywhere. So in fact,
Okay.
it's a really simple hold because there's just, as soon as black plays e3, you're always in time
Okay.
from one side or the other. So it's really quite simple. Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Thank you. I was not sure. I was thinking maybe there is something, but yeah.
right. Well, that's why practicing is so important because it's like, yeah, you learn the idea. It's like, okay, then you're not sure, and then during the game you give one wrong check and that's it, game over. It's like, it's very punishing, these positions. You have to be very, very careful. But
Yeah.
yeah, here actually this one, as long as you're patient, it's quite simple, and there's just honestly there's not even like a trick that black can really get you in. You know,
Okay.
very, very hard for black to win this. Okay, any questions?
Um. No. For now, no. I don't
Okay.
have questions.
Good. Let's go on. So this endgame, I would say, yeah, 100%. Like probably most important rook endgame is just like knowing how to hold this one. Because then a lot of endgames will come down to this position. For example, you have like 3 pawns versus 2 on the king side. The opponent is going to be trying to create a passed pawn. Eventually, they can only really make 1 passed pawn, and then you want to make sure you're in position to defend against it. But let's go on. Let's go to Lucina. Maybe just as important is to know how to win the Lucina. Actually, before we do that, let me just give you one puzzle real quick that hopefully you can solve.
Yeah. This
All
one?
right. Yeah, it's white to play.
Uh-oh. Okay. Can I? Oh, rook d. No. Rook g5.
This one? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Only move to save the game.
Oh my god.
Nice. Okay, so this shows you understand like what you need to do, right? Rook goes to 3rd rank.
Yeah.
So this move deals with this one and this one. So that's why other moves like rook a5 wouldn't work, because black goes king e3. Right? And then we have issues. This one runs into d3, this one allows this, and then our rook is out of place. So rook g5, very precise move. Of course, this is like a puzzle, right? It's like in most positions, you'll be able to get the rook back pretty easily. Here, it's like, oh, there's no rook c3. So you have to be very precise and shift over. Let's say black tries king f4.
f4. Okay. I think I just go back. Rook g8.
G8. Yeah. Now at this point, I think you have a lot of moves, but this is kind of the simplest because now your rook is very flexible and you're still in touch with the 3rd rank. So king e3, you give check. If king e4.
Well, anyway, I go rook g3.
Rook g3. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you could, in this position, right, you could also give this check and then this one, but there's no need. Rook g3 is just way easier. And then again, you're just holding, just shifting your rook on the 3rd rank until black finally pushes the pawn, and then we got the same draws from before. Okay, very good. I just want to end that one just to really kind of crystallize the idea. But let's jump to the next one.
Okay.
Okay, this is a little more fun. Now you're playing white. Your job is to try to win this position.
White. I think I know something.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not very sure. Rook f1 check.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Why don't you make the move?
Okay, thank you.
So rook f1, good. So let's say first I'll try this one.
That one. And king e8.
King e8, good. And the black can resign, or they can try rook h2.
Um, um, I just promote.
Yeah, there's no threat.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Yeah, and also just like give check, make your life easy, but yeah, promoting is absolutely fine. Good. So this is kind of one idea to keep in mind. Obviously, white's plan is you're trying to get your king out from under the pawn so you can promote. And if black's king steps on the e-file, then you can use the king to block the rook from being able to give you any checks. So much better defense for black is to unfortunately move away with the king, but that's what they have to do.
Okay, now is the moment, right? I know this, I think. Just need to remember which square. I think it's rook f4. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, rook f4. And if rook c3 or c1,
Say black waits, sure.
I move the king to the e7.
Good. Play black.
I just move again the king. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah, now you're good. So check
And now king d5.
d5, and yeah, this is exactly why we need the rook here to be able to block. And it's over, right? No way to stop the pawn anymore. Okay, good. So yeah, this is kind of the key idea to remember in this position. When you're trying to promote the pawn, you're first scooting the king over with the check, and then rook comes up to the 4th rank. For black, it would be the 5th rank. But basically, any closer, like rook f5, then king g6, and you're not in time to get your bridge, right? Rook e5, king f7, and again, white's king is boxed in. So this is why rook f4 is important.
I didn't know it was the king. I was not sure about that.
Yeah. And it's basically, yeah, just about creating a path for your own king to get out, right? So this one is often tricky, especially I've seen many people mess this up in time trouble because, okay, they remember this key position, but then black does something like slightly different. All of a sudden they panic and they can't figure it out. So for example, let's say black tries this one.
Oh. Wow. Maybe bring closer the rook. No. Rook f5.
Rook f5. Yeah, absolutely. So here it's just important to understand it's like you're just trying to build the bridge, right? Or you're just trying to block black's rook. So now rook f5, you're ready to come here and challenge, and then that's it. Game over.
Yeah.
So sometimes people try like rook e4 because they want to get king e7 and promote. But then black goes king f8, and not so easy. Now white has to
try it again.
figure it out all over again. Although I think here you can still win with this one and this one. Okay. So let's go back. Let's say when we gave the check, black played here. So does this change anything?
Yeah, because the king can attack the rook. If I play rook f4, the same idea, king g5.
Mm-hmm. So this one does win. Rook f4, king g5. But yeah, not in the same way as the other line, but here you have to figure out how to win from here.
Okay. Rook f7.
Okay. Let's say we try here.
Rook e7.
Mm-hmm. Go here.
Oh, I think I play bad. No?
Yeah, it's still winning. Maybe you made it a little hard on yourself, but still winning. One thing to always remember is like you can always reset. So you can like bring the rook back, try to give check again, come up. But of course, you want to try to keep in mind like a couple of winning ideas here. The main thing is we're trying to get the king out from under the pawn. But of course, if you do it now, you have to deal with a lot of checks. And the rook is kind of not super well placed here.
Yeah. So I try to go back. Rook e4. Oh, no. Okay, yes. Rook e4.
Mm-hmm.
King.
So yeah, problem is king will go back.
And now check.
Check. Good. Say king over here.
King e7.
Yeah. Now you can just walk out again, right? Because your rook is in position. Okay, let's play just a few more moves. Let's say check.
King d6. King e6.
All right, I'll wait.
Oh, okay. Rook g4 check.
Okay.
Rook e4.
Okay, good. And now you're just coming up and promoting. So, okay, very good. You got there. You got there. It took a little, right? But like the nice thing is you're always winning. As long as you're not letting the black king get back here and set up some defense, it's like you're still in control, so you can always kind of reset and win it again. But let's go back. I just want to show you maybe just one idea here.
I really don't. I think I don't understand very well what just happened. How we got in.
Like how you won.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Yeah. That's why I think it's good to go through a lot of these lines and ideas. So basically what's going on here is like you've won the game. This is black's last hope. It's like just keeping your king from getting out. Right? But if black's king is like over here, then the rook can't cover everything. So your king is always going to be able to escape. And then the pawn promotes. So in our practice game here, basically what happened is, okay, you maneuvered around a bit, but eventually, you forced the king just way too far, and now black is just defending with the one rook, and that's it. The rook can't hold it on its own. There are a couple easier ways to win. So the easiest, let's say, from here, you played here, Yeah, check, check, rook d1. Actually, even back here in this position. So it's king g6 you played here. I play king g5. This was where we started. Just rook f8. And the idea is you're controlling the promotion square with your rook. And that means your king can now leave, because you're always threatening to promote. So let me show you what I mean. So for example, let's say in this position, let's say you just started walking away. This doesn't win because your king can actually get out of the checks. But eventually, black goes rook d2 and you lose your pawn. Right? So you can get out of the checks, but you can't hold on to the pawn. But if white's rook is already on f8 in this position, then you're promoting. So it's over if the rook is already here or anywhere on the 8th rank. Right? Then black can give you a million checks, but you just run away from the rook. Eventually the rook has to come back and white's promoting. So let's go back to that position. So like rook f4, king g5. Let's say you played rook f8 here. Now it's over because your king is running away and then the pawn is just going through. So what can black even try? Let's say a king move. And now we don't even need the bridge anymore. We just need to run away with the king.
Okay. Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah, I make sense.
So this is why, like, when black is defending this position, they usually don't go this way. They usually try this move. At least this is what all the books show, because then it doesn't let white win easily with like rook f8 and getting the king out. And then this is where you gotta build the bridge.
Okay. Good to know that.
Yeah. But it's a little tricky, especially like if you haven't like practiced it yet and then you're not sure. But basically what I want you to remember is like you're always just trying to get the king out. And if the king can come out safely and the pawn is promoting, then you win.
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, let me show you one more idea here. Hopefully not to confuse you too much, but hopefully make things simpler. It's actually kind of I don't know what to call it. It's a bit of a shame. Like all the books, they teach like this bridge technique, and yeah, it's kind of complicated. In this position, and like as long as the pawn is in the middle, somewhere here, white actually has like a much easier way to win. That for some reason people often don't teach. You can just go rook a1, and then go here. In here.
What?
Yeah, it's actually just like the most simplest, like straightforward way ever. Like you challenge the rook on the c file, the rook will have to move, and then you move your king, your rook is controlling the promotion square, and it's game over. Or let's say even this move was simpler. So black can't even try some tricky rook h2, rook h8 check. Let's say you go rook b1, and then you're just coming here and here. We can look at it for a second, but there's not really much that black can do.
You are right. I don't understand why I never see that before.
So I'll tell you why. The reason is it only works for these 4 pawns. So if you have a knight pawn, your king is here. Let me try to shift everything over real quick. Shoot. Oh, there we go. So if we give ourselves a knight pawn, this is where you need Lucina.
Okay.
Because there's no room to go rook a8. Right?
Okay.
So it's b pawn or g pawn. So that's why all the books teach this one, because it works okay for every pawn. Rook pawns, these are going to be drawn if black's king is close enough. Also very important endgame, but we'll leave that to the side for now. So yeah, I mean, I don't know actually exactly how I feel, but like you do need to know this bridge technique, right? You need to be able to understand like the differences here. So if the king starts coming up this way, then you just go to the back rank and that's it. Your king is walking out. Actually, wait, this one's still tricky. Yeah, because you don't have room anymore. So this one doesn't work.
Because I cannot go to... I lose my pawn.
There's no room, right? So
Yeah.
here, you would need to resort to this other idea you found. Right, so you have a number of operations at your disposal here. One is to control the promotion square. One is to create a shield for your king this way. And so here you're taking advantage of black's king, right? If black could go king d7 here, then we're back to where we started. But black's king isn't able to cover these squares in time. So black can try king d5, but it's too slow.
Okay.
So that's kind of maybe a simpler way to understand this position. If the king is like trying to chase down your rook, well, then you take over the c file and you promote your pawn this way. If the king is staying here, then this won't work because you're just going to be boxed in again. But of course, if the king is back here, well, then you're able to walk out with your king and get the bridge. Yeah. Or you also, again, have this idea.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks simple when you explain it. It makes sense, but I think when you have the position, like, I think I just need to practice many times the end game because like it's a little bit scary to not remember.
Exactly. You do need to practice, and that's a big part of like in our program, the Dojo program. We have like a bunch of these end games for every level, but our requirement is that you have to win it like 3 times in a row in a fast time control, like 3-0 or something like that. So without time on your clock, basically, to think it through, because you really do have to know these like really, really well, especially because in a tournament, when you reach this position, you're always going to be just way down on the clock, right? Because it's going to be late in the game, end game. You might have like the 30-second increments, but that's not going to be enough time to figure out an end game if you're not super familiar with it. So yeah, this is why like Lucina is important, because if you have a knight pawn, then this is going to be the only way to win. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with people, because if you have any other pawn, then your life is really a lot easier just by just going and challenging this the file next to your king. Just challenge the rook and that's it. Actually, it's easy win.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Let's practice this.
Okay. Oh my god.
Just to lock it in. Let me get a new position here.
It says someone in the chat, rook end games are just always a draw. That's not true, right?
Yeah, that's one of those phrases people say for fun. But it doesn't, yeah, it's not real.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Sorry, it's just...
It's okay.
I think my classroom is bugging out.
No worries. I think like I just remembered one of the end games always like I have is when both sides has like 3 pawns or two, and one has an extra pawn and either the G or H file, and then rooks. Yeah,
It's like
I
3
think,
versus 2.
yeah, exactly. 3 versus 2, and I don't know, but there are many many games that I get those end games. Yeah.
Yeah, those are very important to like practice at least once or twice. And in general, they're not that hard to hold. It's just when it comes down to that one pawn, it's like you got to make sure your king is in front of it and your rook is ready to take the third rank. Okay, so you play black. Should be
Okay.
your move.
Okay. Yeah. I check. Okay. Now I try this.
Good.
Okay.
And that's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I can hide uh, behind the other king, right? Yeah.
Yeah, your king just runs out. Awesome. Okay, great. You nailed it. That was perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
So I would definitely suggest practicing this again, like maybe in like a week. It's not super fresh. But
Yeah.
then if you do it and you're able to like do it, then you'll remember it for much longer.
Okay. Thank you. What book do you recommend, like to study end games, maybe, or if you have like a study or something like that, maybe the chat is interested of that.
Yeah. So the first endgame book we recommend is actually Silman's endgame book. Silman, I don't know if you heard, he passed away yesterday, which is very sad. He's a
No.
big hero in U.S. chess. But yeah, his endgame book is great. I would say it has a lot of endgames that are beneath your level that you're already familiar with. But for many players, it goes from like literally 0 to about 2200, and he breaks it down in terms of the endgames that you need to learn at each level, like 1000, 1200, 1400, and so on. So that's definitely a great book to start with.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. What is the name of the book again?
It's called Silman's Complete Endgame Course.
Okay.
So that's a good one. Another book that's good for your level is 100 Endgames You Must Know.
I think I heard about that one, but I never read it. I just learned this with when I was a kid, like in a class. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good one because that one has, let's say, more. That one doesn't cover a lot of like. I'm pretty sure it doesn't cover a lot of basic endgames that you would know already, like king and queen versus king, king and rook. Like you don't need to review these. So that one starts at a higher level and then has a lot of, I would say, even has some higher end games that aren't like super necessary, but that's a good one. In fact, you can do it on Chessable, which I think is a better way for a lot of these endgame books, because Chessable forces you to do it yourself instead of just like
A-
reading the book, right?
And also to repeat, right?
To repeat, exactly. Yeah, because that's super important to like do it with your own hand and do it multiple times correctly without messing up. Like super important to be able to do these.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's a good one. Are you a chess.com streamer?
Yes.
Okay, because I think they often give out course. You might be able to just ask them for it. They'll just give
Uh,
it to you.
yeah, okay. I will see it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, yeah, I saw that end game, but I don't think I have it. So I will ask for it.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
Thank you.
Um, okay. You want to do one more?
Okay. Yes.
I mean, I got time, and these are super important. So I'm glad we
But
reviewed these two because they're very fundamental.
yeah, yeah, and it's good like to fresh this because I was like having a little bit of sense, but I didn't know very well, and and it's good to learn. It's different, honestly, because when I learned, I didn't know the sixth rank uh, and also the pawn of C, D, E, F, and G. So it's good to know. I like it. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, it's very helpful to kind of. It's like you don't want to remember the variations exactly. You want to remember the ideas, right? You want to understand what exactly both sides are playing for. Okay, let's look at this one. So queen versus rook.
Uy.
So this can be a tricky endgame if you've never played it or tried it. But a lot of endgames can come down to this. A lot of rook endgames can come to this position where one side has to give up. One side is able to promote their pawn, but maybe they have to sack their rook for it. But you're able to get queen versus rook. Here, white's already made a lot of progress and is close to winning. So I just want to share with you kind of like one key position to kind of keep in mind. And if you remember this one, it'll really help you with this endgame. It's like one of the few ideas to kind of remember. So here, white's close to winning. What we're aiming for is, let's say, this position, but with black to move.
Ah.
Okay? Because if it's black to move, black is in zugzwang. Like rook h7 allows queen e8 checkmate. King
Any.
f8
Yeah.
loses as well, let's say to this one.
Yeah.
And otherwise the rook has to move away from the king. Right? But if the rook goes far, then there's going to be checks to pick up the rook. And we'll work on how exactly to figure that out. But before we get to that, first we have to figure out how to even get this position, but with black to play, because that's not even easy to do. But that's the main thing I want you to remember. It's like you want this position like king on f6. Okay, king can be here, right? It's all the same. Queen on h5. And with black to move. So basically the queen has to lose a move. Or another way to say this is like triangulation. Like the idea that basically just trying to lose a move to make it black's turn. So there's a couple ways to do that. I'll just show you. For example, you could give this check. So for rook h7, we have our nice checkmate. And then, well, if the king comes here, then we're playing this one. And then we get our key position, but with black to move.
Sorry, here, what can black can play? Like rook. No, it's checkmate.
Yeah, so here black's basically has to find some move with the rook. But if once the rook gets too far away from the king, there's typically going to be a series of checks to win it. But let's look at that now. So the first step is to get this position with black to play. This is like just the key thing to kind of remember. And then from here you can win it. Or just to say quickly, let's say you had this, like we started with the queen on e5. Let's say you had this position and it's white to play. How would we, so let's go back. Say we have this and it's like, okay, how would we win from here? So again, we would have to triangulate. So for example, one way to do it would be to give this check. If king f8, we have queen d8 mates, right? So king has to go back. And then let me ask you here. So white to play, how do we get that key position with black to move?
Queen h1 check.
Good. So for here.
Queen a8 check mate.
Queen a8 mate, right? So I gotta go here.
And queen h5.
Queen h5. Very good. So yeah, that was our little triangle. And now we have key position, black to move. So let's look at it from here. Let's say, okay, black tries rook a7. Now white has to win with some checks. This is where you got to calculate a little bit.
Okay. Wow. Queen d5 check. Queen king h, yeah, h8. Queen h1 check.
Nice, perfect.
Okay, and now queen g1 check.
Great. Very nice. So this is where, yeah, you got to calculate a little bit, find some checks. One technique, just to show you in case you have 1 second on your clock and you have to go really fast. There's a nice staircase method where basically you're just trying to get here with checks.
Okay.
And the key is that you're always eyeing the back rank so the king can't.
Okay.
All right,
Wow.
so it's a tiny bit tricky here because if you go queen g2 check, king f8, it's actually, no checks.
Okay.
But the simplest thing is to just keep an eye on this one.
Okay. Until
now
I
let's
get to h2.
Here, queen h2 check, and that's it. So this is kind of like a simple method. Your method also totally fine, I mean, even faster.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be hard to calculate. So it's like, this is very, very simple.
Thank you.
Okay, let's say the rook went here. White's play.
I feel it's the same, but the other side.
Yeah, same pattern.
Yeah. Okay, so it's queen e8 check and king, queen queen d7 check.
Good, so you have this one. So here.
Queen c8 check. Queen c7 check.
Great. And here.
And queen h2 check.
Game over. Nice. Let's say king went here.
Queen b8 check.
Yeah. And that's it. So really the hard part in this endgame is getting to this position. This is the hardest part. But once you're here, you can consider this like home base. It's like, okay, it's over. Because the rook has to go, and you'll win it. Sorry, question?
No, I almost asked if king f8, but queen g6, right? And win the rook.
Yeah, simple. Probably a couple of ways to win. For example, you can also play, let's say, check in here.
Okay.
And then this would win as well. But queen h6, of course, is simple. You do have to watch out for some stalemates occasionally, but
Stalemates.
yeah. This is really like, again, the key thing. Because from here, okay, black will go somewhere with the rook, but you'll be able to calculate and quickly figure out like how to pick it up. Is just getting to this position that's a little bit more challenging, but we don't really have to work on that part right now. Because it's also a tough endgame for black to hold. Like, essentially, if, let's say, all the pieces start somewhere, in the middle, basically just slowly pushing the king back, pushing the rook back, trying to take away squares. Actually, Jesse Kraai, who's on this channel as well, he did a very good video about how to like win this endgame before this point. I can send you that one if you're curious, because he has a very good method.
Yes, please.
How to do it.
That's in YouTube. YouTube video.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's on YouTube. Yeah, absolutely. You can find that for all the viewers, you can find that on Dojo's YouTube channel. It's called The Jab Method. But
maybe you send me the link on Discord and I can paste
sure.
it in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank
Let me get it real quick. Beautiful. I think he came up with this term. jab method.
Yeah.
But ultimately it's pretty simple. His idea is like you want to jab with the king, and then the queen kind of controls from the side. Like notice in this position, the queen is covering the rook f7 check. So it's very hard for black to like give check and then go back, for example. And so this is what causes this Zugzwang.
Okay. Thank you. I just posted in the chat, guys. If you want, go and check out the video and also subscribe.
Nice, appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to share this idea with you because it's like this endgame, it can be really tough if you've like never looked at it or like if you just know absolutely nothing. But if you just like, yeah, try to remember this position, this idea, black to play in this situation, then this is like, okay, you know at least you have something to aim for during the game. But this one can be messy. You know, even some grandmasters fail to win it in blitz.
Yeah, because any mistake, like I don't know, just say Queen F5 and
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to blunder. There's some tricks, like some stalemate tricks. But yeah, and then it's like, right, if you're like not sure, it like you have a hard time winning it, you like mess up a little bit, and then clock starts running low, you get nervous. So it can be very tough. But it's also not easy for the defender either. Like some in games are easy for the defender and then hard for the attacker. Some are easier for the attacker and like hard for the defender. This one I think is a little bit easier for the queen, honestly. It's like really hard to handle the rook because it's easy to blunder the rook as well. Like you miss one
okay.
idea and then your rook is gone.
Oh, okay. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, great.
And there is, I'm sorry for asking,
No.
there is any position like there is draw or always can white win this endgame?
Yeah, as long as everything is normal, white's winning. Let's say the most well-known drawing position. Let me try to create it. Let's say, okay, we'll just go here. I'm just gonna set up the position. Say here. 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 So this position is a draw.
This position is a draw.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. If okay, I think I see it. If king f6, rook g6, check.
Right.
Okay. But
King
what
F5.
happened? Exactly. What happened if king f5? Ah, okay. I see. Just check. Okay. And the king cannot go to the e file.
Right. So king can't go to the e file. And if king h6.
Ah, okay. Rook h7 check.
Yeah. So this is the one trick that black can kind of aim for. But other than very specific situations like this, yeah, it's always winning. But here, yeah, white actually just can't get out of the checks. You just have this no matter what.
Okay. So that's good. We watched the YouTube video so we don't get in this position,
Yeah, I
right?
think Jesse will cover that one. And the easiest way to kind of avoid this is to actually just keep your queen kind of far away. So this is like the point of the video. It's like the king wants to be up close and personal. The queen doesn't have to be up here. This is what causes all the stalemate issues. The queen can do the same thing. Let's say we'll give white a move. If we have this position, then white is easily winning because
Okay,
there's no
it will be
stalemates and yeah, all kinds of threats now.
okay.
Right? So
Thank
this
you.
hopefully helps you a bit. Yeah, if you're ever in this position you're trying to convert, it's like you want to keep your queen at a distance. Notice the queen is covering this square, very important, so there's no checks. And yeah, this is like resignable at this point. Black is just getting mated soon.
Great. Thank you. I I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's good. It's good to know these things. They will come up at some point, and it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, if you know it, it feels really, really good.
And also, like, to study end games is harder, I think, because it feels a little bit boring. But I didn't feel like that right
Oh,
now.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's more interesting when you're like, yeah, actually learning the ideas and practicing. Yeah, in
Yeah.
general, I think most people don't like just reading a book and like seeing some position, like some end game. Like, okay, you have to memorize this like random idea. You really have to, yeah, it's all about the practice and getting the feel for it.
Yeah. Thank you, Kostya. I enjoy the end games today.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah, absolutely. I definitely want to do more with you because there's a lot of end games to know, but I think that's probably good for today. I think that was quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it was great, and thank you for covering these principal end games and fundamentals, because all the good chess players need to know this by heart.
Oh,
Right?
100%. 100%. Yeah. There's nothing worse than like, you're winning a good game against high-rated player, they go into the end game, you're still winning, and then you can't figure out how to win the final
It's
like
very
little. Yeah. So
embarrassing.
you want to have that confidence. Like if you know you can like win a certain position, then it is like, yeah, you just go straight there, and it gives you a lot of room to work with.
Thank you.
Um, yeah.
Thank you, Kostya. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
today.
absolutely. Great. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope that was helpful. Definitely practice these a bit, and yeah, let's do another endgame lesson sometime soon because there's a lot. There's a lot of endgames to get through.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you do have another lesson soon. And thank you so much, really. I appreciate this.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think you are great. Thank you.
My pleasure. Hopefully it was useful for the audience as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah. And you are posting the video on YouTube, maybe?
Yeah,
So,
we will.
okay. Okay.
Exactly. So anyone that missed it, it'll be on our YouTube channel, and you can review some of these end games, like Philidor, Lucina, Queen versus Rook.
Thank you. Thank you. They say thank you, Sensei Kostya.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, shameless plug. If you want to learn, we have a bunch of these positions in our training program, ChessDojo.club. We've got a full training program, 0 to 2,500. This is one of the big parts. Like for every level, we have a list of end games that we think people should know, and then a list of positions to play and like practice. And yeah, it's a super important part of just kind of building out. Is you have your opening knowledge, which is one base, and then on the other side you have your endgame knowledge, which is the other base. And generally people try to increase their opening knowledge as much as they can, but then they don't work on the end games too much. But it's like both are very, very important.
Yeah. Well, I heard many times like, oh, she's not very good in end games, or he's not very good in end games. We just need to trade all the pieces, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
brutal.
Yeah, so everyone goes and follow Dojo channel and also Kostya in his social media. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
so much.
Appreciate it. All right, Alex. You have a good one, and yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
All
Bye.
right,
Have
take
a
care.
good rest of the day.
Hmm.
Have a good rest of the day.
Oh,
Thank,
thank you. You too. You too.
thank you. Bye.
All right, see ya. See ya. All right, folks, just give me a sec here. Let me get my camera back. There we go. Actually, let's switch the scene. I'm gonna keep streaming. Might take a quick break here, but we're gonna keep it going. There we go. Perfect. I know, Paul. I know that's the feeling. Like you'll, yeah. A lot of people, they have this rationalization. They're like, I'm gonna get the opening every time, so I should try to study the opening. The problem is, at some point, you're gonna leave the opening, and then you're gonna have to play the middle game and end game, of course. But in terms of the end games, I can tell you in advance which end games you're going to get. And we've put the most important ones in the dojo training program. It's like, because you will get those end games, right? You will get Philidor position, you will get Lucina position. You're not going to get queen versus rook every single game, right? This is actually more advanced end game. I think we introduced this one, I'm not sure when exactly, but maybe like 1800 level or something. So this is definitely one of the more advanced ones, but for advanced players, they definitely will get it, and they should study it, right? I know you're definitely going to get some king and pawn end games. You know, I've seen a lot of chess, you know, and I know like players, you often get into like king and pawn end games, and you don't know exactly what to do, and then you panic, and then yeah, can't tell you how many games I've seen with just the wild swings, right? One side's winning, the other side's winning. Both sides are confused, and yeah, it's because neither of them are studying the end game. They're both focusing all their time on the opening. But yeah, the end games. I mean, these algorithms are important again because it's like it's giving you the bigger base, right? Imagine you didn't know how to win with a king and queen. You wouldn't be able to finish off any game, right? Because you wouldn't know how to win that end game. Yeah, so it's like very important that you know how to at least win certain positions. So that's why we often start with like learning the checkmates first. So how to mate with king and queen, how to mate with king and rook, and then how to promote a pawn, right? So very important to know when you have a winning king and pawn endgame with one pawn left on the board, that you know exactly how to promote it. Is it theoretically possible to play the opening into the end game? Yeah, I think, you know, like the super GMs, you know, they analyze their openings out to like move 25, move 30. Sometimes the opening analysis goes into the end game, but it's, yeah, for 99.99999% of players, that's not the reality. It's like you play a couple moves in the opening, your opponent does something weird, and then you're on your own. So there's not going to be a lot of opening prep beyond the fourth or fifth move. And I don't even think it's that useful to learn like specific opening lines, right? I think it's much more valuable to learn like typical ideas in your opening, or like typical plans that you might see in your middle games, right? So if you're like an e4 player and against e4, e5 you play Ruy Lopez, or you play Italian games, some opening, I would say it's much more important to study those typical middle games that will come out of your opening versus trying to remember a few extra moves of like theory. especially in some openings, the theory is like you can play any move. There's like 3-4 moves and they're all fine. So it's not even about like knowing what move you're supposed to play. It's just how you're going to handle the middle games after. Yeah, so it's definitely, I would say, like the middle game skill and knowledge, in my opinion, is where like most games are going to be won and lost. So by skill and knowledge, I mean middle game knowledge is like knowing certain plans in the position, like, you know, knight bd2, knight f1, right? Like in the Ruy Lopez, an Italian game, you know, this maneuver, like knowing you're playing on the king side, knowing you're playing for the king side attack. We have a lot of Sicilians where the plan is to go bishop h6, h4, h5, right, going for the attack. So like knowing these plans is one thing, but then of course middle game skill, also very important, which is mainly going to focus on calculation and evaluation, right? Like being able to calculate lines, and then of course being able to evaluate positions. I think that's going to be much more fruitful in terms of what we're studying. Yeah. I didn't see the Magnus versus Hikaru finale because we were doing this lesson. I saw they were tied going into the bullet. So it sounds like Magnus won. Is that true? Let me check the Twitter. I'm sure it's all over Twitter. It was a great match. I was watching some of it. It was very exciting. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch. I mean, it looked exciting, but okay, it was you know, we had a lesson to do. You know, we had some work to do. That's true. Actually, I was thinking about that a little bit. It wasn't exactly in honor of Silman, but yeah, a lot of these end games, of course. Well, I think all three of them he covers. I don't know about the Queen of Restrict, but of course he covers these classic end games in his book, and yeah, those are super important to know. Yeah, for a time it definitely looked like Hikaru was gonna win. Like I was watching during the 3-minute portion, and yeah, Hikaru was like dominating for a moment. He was up by 3 points, 8.5, 5.5. It's kind of a lot, but yeah, of course these matches are always very volatile. Anything could have happened. I'm sure if Naka was just a bit luckier today, he easily could have won as well. And he won last time. So now it's 1-1, right? So we'll have to wait until next year's Speed Chess Championship before we we get the grudge match. Oh, it's 3-1. Oh, because Magnus, he won it twice before, right? He won it twice before he moved over to Chess 24, and then he didn't play the Speed Chess Championships for a while, and then Naka was winning all of them. And then but then when he came back last year and played, Naka won. Yeah. All right, and Monday they're going to be playing Champions Chess Tour. Yeah. Actually, Dojo is going to be covering Divisions 2 and 3 of the Champion Chess Tour, which is pretty exciting because Divisions 2 and 3 are always... They're always like... I mean, these tournaments are so stacked, so they're always like just filled with good players. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We're going to be covering that starting on Monday. We'll have the live coverage official of the Division 2 games here. Yeah, no, I mean, these guys, they're very good, especially 1+1. You give them 1 second increments, they play, yeah, really high level. I think they were, yeah, there's always discussions like how much time would like 2500 would need to play against Magnus with like 1+1. And I don't know, I think 1+1, Magnus, like, is very strong. There might be no amount of time that I could take and beat him. like if he has 1+1, you can give me any amount of time, like 2 hours, whatever. I don't think I'm winning a game. I might draw. I might get lucky and like draw, but I don't think I'm winning. But yeah, they're very good. Peter Heine thinks he can win 10 games out of 100 with what time control? Just 1+1, pure? One plus zero. Oh, okay. 1+0 is, yeah, different. 1+0 is maybe a bit more volatile. Yeah, of course, yeah, if we play enough bullet games, I would win one of them at some point. just by random chance. Yeah. Okay, folks, we're going to switch gears here in a second. Let me get some music going. And yeah, for anyone that's not familiar with the Dojo training program, we do have an entire program from 0 to 2500 that's structured, gives you exactly all the tasks, what you need to do, the positions you need to study, books to read. It doesn't come with the books. You got to get those on your own, but it tells you what books to read and what tasks to do. So if you guys are looking for a structured training program, you know, because chess improvement, it doesn't happen overnight. It's not like you're just, oh, I really wish I get better, and then, you know, it just happens magically. You know, next day you're 200 points stronger. No, it takes like weeks and months of consistent effort. The program, it's based on FIDE ratings, but we have our own converter. So generally, like, online ratings are going to be a little bit higher than FIDE ratings, like a couple hundred points or so. But yeah, it's based on like FIDE ratings. So the online ratings are a bit higher, but essentially it's the same material. So check that out. Link is in the chat, chessdojo.club. Also the program comes with opening repertoires. So we have a couple of openings, some PGN, some exercises, some repertoires that you can use if you sign up. And so, yeah, signing up, you get access to everything, all the plans, all the openings, and all that. Best response to the French for intermediate players. Let me get to this question. Let me do this other question first. What about the Indian guy who got 600 points in almost 2 months? Yeah, so he gained 600 points in tournaments, right? But imagine, what do you think he was doing before those 2 months? Do you think that was the first time he played chess, or do you think maybe he was probably like training really heavily leading up to that moment? Usually this is what happens. It's like you train a lot for several months and you might not even see any difference in your blitz, because that's not what's going to improve as you're working on your like real chess. But then at some point things start to click, and then all of a sudden you're playing at a much higher level. Yeah. But this is often what happens. It's like someone trains for a while and they're doing a lot of work, very consistent, and then at a certain point they like shoot up. They get like 100 points. Like for me, I remember I was stuck at like 2220 for a while, and then in like a couple months I went from 2220 to like 2360. So I gained like a bunch of points. But of course I was working a lot all on the way. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't even see his progress as an exception. I'm sure he was working a lot and was very underrated before he got his 600 points, and then only after doing that super hard work, well then, yeah, eventually it all pays off. But yeah, I strongly believe like if you want to improve your chess like for real, like it takes time. It's not just like, oh yeah, you just work for 1 week, 2 weeks, like really grind. Like no, it's like weeks and months of like consistent effort, like 10 hours a week, 1 to 2 hours a day, training, solving puzzles, and you have to do everything, right? You got to play games, analyze those games. You can't just like play blitz and bullet all the time and then expect to improve. Your blitz might go up a little bit, but your classical chess, of course, is going to stay. Someone was asking, what's the best response against the French? Real quick, my preference, I would suggest this one, knight d2. So you're defending the pawn. And the reason we want to put the knight on d2 is so that you can support your center with c3 in the future. So for example, if knight f6, e5, let's say we develop our pieces, we're able to play c3 and kind of keep the structure intact. So I kind of like knight d2. I think this is a very decent move. I would suggest this one for Mr. Big Old Donk. Are you a poker player? If you're looking for something more aggressive, I would actually refer you to Grandmaster Jesse. Do you know Jesse Kraai? He's also on this channel. He's a fan of this one. He calls this the easy system against the French. But it's actually pretty aggressive because it's connected with pawn sacrifice. But if you go to our YouTube channel, I can pull up the link for you. He has a nice video where he explains the ideas behind this line. Now, do I think you guys should be spending all your time studying openings? No, I do not. But of course, it's nice when you can just like watch a video and then pick up a couple of ideas. All right, let's see if we can, let's get the link here. Here we go. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Yeah, knight c3, of course, is very, very playable as well. A lot of times it's a matter of taste. So one line might work for someone, but then another person might not like it. And so, yeah, it's also a matter of choosing variations that lead to positions that you feel comfortable playing. Hey, Blackstone King Chess, how is it going? Blackstone. What's Blackstone? Where does that come from? Question. You just bought Improve Your Chess Calculation by R.B. Ramesh. Yeah, I know that. I have that book. I'm a huge fan of Ramesh because he's an amazing coach. I mean, he's basically responsible for India's dominance in the chess world today. He's not the only person responsible, but he's one of the select coaches that have really worked with a number of super strong players. And yeah, the book is quite challenging. So I wouldn't say that's the book to start with for 1500. But like if you enjoy it, then you're fine. It's not going to make you worse, right? You should get something out of it, especially if you enjoy the material, even if you don't solve a lot of the positions. Just the attempt of trying and then reviewing the solution and then learning from the solution, I think you'll get a lot out of that. That wouldn't be the book that I would recommend, right, for your level, but it's also important to study stuff that you enjoy. So if you like the book, then by all means, I would say keep doing it. Yeah, I mean, it's also useful, right, just to go through the puzzles and play through the solutions. And the main thing I would suggest is like just ask questions. If you don't understand something, try to spend a little bit of time and figure it out. Like if he says, I don't know, or some move isn't covered and you're like, oh, why doesn't this move work, right? And it's not shown in the book. Try to think for yourself and try to see if you can understand. Maybe look at it with a friend. If you have to check it with an engine, you can do that as well. Like if you first try on your own and then if you really can't understand something, consult with the engine. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, more questions. How many openings should you learn at 1280 rapid? I would say you should feel comfortable in your response against 1e4. So you should at least have an opening against 1e4. And that's about it. Like with white, okay, you should choose a move. I would suggest e4. And you really don't have to know a lot. I would focus on your calculation, your middle games, your end games. But yeah, the main thing would be to have something ready against 1e4. So you should at least have an opening that you want to play. Maybe Sicilian, maybe e4, e5. At least have something. You don't have to know it really well. Yeah. But with white, it's not important to know a lot of openings at this level. What's more important is working on your middle games, calculation, and games. That's what's going to give you the best bang for your buck. It's like if you're a tennis player, I've made this point before. If you're a tennis player, you don't need to spend all your time working on your serve. Just learn how to get the ball into play and focus on knowing how to hit the ball. Forehand, backhand, volley, overhead, right? Like being able to hit the ball is more important than trying to work on like a really tricky serve. Yeah, for black it's tougher, right? Because you're defending, your opponent can try to hit you with some tricky stuff. But in general, a lot of coaches, we don't really believe in trying to memorize stuff. It's like you want to follow opening principles, developing your pieces, controlling the center. And if you rely on opening principles, generally you're going to be okay. Every once in a while, you're going to get caught in some dumb opening trap that you don't know. That's fine. And afterwards, you can analyze and you're good. You'll learn what to do, right? But I wouldn't suggest going out and trying to learn a bunch of openings beforehand. Yeah, focus on following the principles, analyze the games, right? A lot of people say they're following the principles, but then if you look at their games, they do stuff like this, for example. And I was like, oh, I was trying to stop bishop b5 check. It's like, okay, but you're breaking opening principles with this move. You're not developing a piece. You're not fighting for the center. Okay, you had some idea. You convinced yourself to play this move, but you're breaking opening principles, right? So this is exactly the kind of move that's like, no, don't do this, right? So yeah, it's important to analyze your games with an eye for the principles and making sure that you're following them. And it's through game analysis, I think, that you guys are going to improve the most. Like playing your games and then analyzing them. Not like learning openings before you play the game, but playing the game and then analyzing the game and then learning from that. I think that's going to give you the most. Hey, Nordvik. How's it going? Shout out from St. Louis. Let me know if you still want to do a lesson this weekend. I'm free Sunday in the early afternoon / morning. That'll be cool if we can get that done. Let's see, more questions. I gotta scroll back a bit. I'll try to, I see you guys are sending in a lot of questions. That's totally fine. I'm just give me time to scroll through and address them. What drills and exercises should I be doing to improve my positional play? So positional play, middle game play, is generally going to be improved by reading books on the topic, or like watching videos about like strategic play, positional play, middle game ideas, this kind of thing. In terms of like drills and exercises, very big thing that we recommend in our training program is to do what we call middle game sparring, which is basically like you take some kind of typical middle game position. So I'll just show you guys an example. Let's say you're e4 player and forget about the selling. Let's just say we're playing Italian game and a lot of your games are going to look like something like this, for example. Let's say castles, h3, h6. And both sides make their typical moves. All right, so you might get a middle game like this, right? It's very typical for Italian game. And so this would be an example of like a position where you could spar, like against a friend. So you take a friend, you start from this position. So you don't play the full game. You just start from a key position you want to practice, right? You want to practice your e4, e5 positions. And this is a great way to like kind of improve your openings, but while working on more important aspects of the game. So for example, let's say you play your friend in rapid time control, 15 minutes, is usually what we recommend for sparring. Middle games, like 15 minutes with some kind of increment, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, doesn't really matter. And then let's say you just play from this position a couple of times. You can play it from white side, from black side. You guys will get some interesting battles. And then you can learn from each game and feel more comfortable. And then when you feel good about this one, you'll be like, all right, let's try some other middle games. Let's try like a Sicilian middle game. So you might start from a position like this, for example. Let me put something here. Let's say you play from this middle game, right? Of course, there's more theory here. I understand that. But I'm saying for most players, they're not going to know the theory super deep. But you are going to get these kind of typical middle games all the time. And so it's very helpful to then practice them. So you might play this position a couple of times with white and black. And then you analyze the games. Bit by bit, you're able to pick up some new ideas, some new plans, and kind of improve your understanding of these positions. So this is kind of like the playing aspect, the sparring. In terms of learning stuff, it's also, of course, very useful to read books on the topic. And yeah, take it from there. So there's a question, it's not so important to study openings. Yeah, well, it depends on your level. So the rule of thumb, it's like the higher rated you are, the more important it is to learn some openings. But what I would say is, like, unless you're just getting killed in the opening, like every single game, you should focus on other things. So, okay, if someone is hitting you with like the fried liver attack every single game, and you're just getting checkmated in the opening, and you're not even getting into the middle of the game, then yeah, maybe you need to watch like a video or something how to deal with the fried liver, and then you'll be good based on that. But really, I think for a lot of players, it's a big waste of time. Because after the opening, you're still going to have to play the game. and so if you never work on your middle game skills, you're just going to be swimming after the opening. Especially for like lower rated players, like below 1,000, we recommend 0 opening study. Like just zero. Just like focus on tactics, middle games, end games, and then analyze your games, right? So you will pick up some opening knowledge from analyzing your games, but that'll be much more practical than trying to study a bunch of lines that you're never going to see over the board. So I feel like around 1,800 FIDE, like around 1,200 FIDE, 1,400 online, this is where you maybe can start learning a couple of openings. Right, you should have an opening against like one E4, opening against one D4, at least know, generally speaking, what you're aiming for with the white pieces. But you really don't have to know a lot. And then as you get higher, maybe around 1,800, 1,900, this is when, okay, maybe you have to start learning your openings a bit deeper. Let's say 3 tiers, 0 to 1,200, you should be doing very little openings. 12 to 1,800, you need to at least have some repertoire, like a basic repertoire. Like knowing an opening against E4, knowing an opening against D4, and then knowing what you're doing with white. Are you going to play E4 and move on or something else? I would say about that rating online. Okay, you can add 100 or 200 points. But basically around here, 0 to 1,200, you don't need any openings. 12 to 1,800, you need at least a very basic repertoire. And then 1,800 and up, that's when you need to start like fleshing out your openings more. Otherwise, you will struggle against stronger players. Capablanca, convinced that openings aren't really something to study much at all as long as you know the fundamentals. Yeah. I mean, he was around 100 years ago, but even he knew. Even he understood back then. So I would say he's quite wise in saying that. Yeah. In fact, we do have some opening repertoires on our site, but we've specifically designed them so that they just give you just the most like practical, like, so that it's not a lot of variations. We have a couple of repertoires available on in our program. Let me put this here. See if you guys can see this. Oh, this is a little. This isn't working so great. Oh, here we go. Perfect. This is the Dojo training site. This is the material page. So this is the main part of our site is the scoreboard. Let me show you guys. Like, this is like the profile page where if you sign up for the program, you've got your training plan here. I'm in the 2400 plus cohort, but for example, if you were 12 to 1300, these are FIDE ratings. We also translate them to online very easily. Basically, you would see your plan here, different sections, different steps, games and analysis, most important here. So we have a bunch of tasks that you have to go through, like playing a certain number of games, annotating those games, doing postmortems. Then we have other tasks as well, like tactics, middle games, and so on. But if we go to the material page, we have some like opening repertoires here. And the way we've done it is like we've done it kind of by rating. So these are our starter repertoires, which basically means it's like just the bare essentials, what you need to get started with playing some of these openings. And not much more beyond that. Then for the 1800 plus, we have a bit more involved repertoires, although we need to flesh these out. But for example, I did the King's Indian one, and there's like a couple of PGNs, some lines here. In general, the lines are not very long. They're not going to go past like move 10, for example. But the main thing is that, like, at least for me, for Jesse as well, we're trying to focus on kind of explaining different ideas and the plans, and especially for an opening like the King's Indian, like, most important thing is to, I know I'm blocking the board, but we're not going to stay here very long. Most important thing is to kind of understand the ideas and what you're playing for. All right, let's go back. So yeah, we got some repertoires on our site for anyone that's interested. ChessDojo.club, get access to everything. Oh, I wanted to get some light music going. Hey, Bait, how's it going? All right, so we just finished the lesson with Alex. We did some, answered some questions. Hopefully got people on the right track in terms of not spending all their time on openings, but on more important stuff when it comes to chess. I'm going to take a short break here, about 2.5 hours in, but I'll be back. I'm going to keep the stream going, and I'm going to switch gears and actually work on maybe annotating some of my games. But first, let me take a quick break. Let me grab a very quick bite. Let me get some music going. I actually just set up this tourney fund. This is new, folks. If you look below the stream, there's a donate button That'll take you to Stream Elements. I think we have, do we have a donate command? Okay, we do, but that one goes to the wrong. No, actually, this is correct. Sorry. So if you go to the Streamlabs link, so down below, I think it's called Tips. I am trying to raise some funds so I can travel to tournaments because they're very expensive, especially if you're trying to get like norms and work on your game. It's like several $100s for the flight, several $100s for the hotel, and of course you got the entry fee. So very expensive. If you guys enjoy the stream, enjoy the content, please do consider donating. I think if everyone that watched chipped in like $5, you know, we raise some good funds and it would allow me to travel to more events. Link for possible new stuff. Yeah, for the Dojo training program, that's going to be on ChessDojo.club. Was that what you were asking for, the training program? Or it's also September going on Twitch. If you guys are interested in subbing. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you'll find the link there. It's $15 for the month to sign up for the program, or for $100 you sign up for the whole year, which is a much better deal. Comes down to $8.50 a month for a complete structured training program with a bunch of stuff to do. Big community as well. It's a big part of the dojo is that you get access to a bunch of oh, thank you, we got it. We got it going. Nice. Oh, but that might be okay. I'm gonna have to, I did this donation fund through Streamlabs. I might have to convert it to Stream Elements, but thank you, much appreciated. We got our first 5. All right, we're on the way. We're on the way. But yeah, for the training program, it's $100 for the year. You get access to the plan. You get access to the community as well. We have a private Discord server for all the members that they use to discuss the program, discuss books they're reading, set up training sessions, discuss chess improvement in general, ask questions to the senseis, and all that stuff. So yeah, it's $100 a year, $8.50 a month, and it's basically, yeah, not even 30 cents a day to get a full training program. So it's a great deal. It's a great deal. Okay, I need to actually, one sec. Let me fix the donation bar, because we want it coming from Stream Elements. One sec. Almost got it. Almost got it. Heyo. There it is. There's the tourney fund. All right, so we got our $5 at the start. Normally it's supposed to fill in, but it's a very small percentage. Actually, maybe we can lengthen the bar, and then eventually we'll start to see the progress. All right, so to contribute to the tourney fund, check out the donate link down below. There's 2 buttons. There's a donate button. Hey, there we go.
Let's donate enough to send Kostya to the moon to play aliens.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. And there it is. It's working. It's up to 10. Thank you. Thank you, Bates, for testing it out. So donate button should work. Sorry, not donate. The tips button. Tips button will take you to Stream Elements. Donate command. And then that'll get the money to the right place. Hey, and we got a little pink sliver. There we go. All right, slow and steady, huh? Wins the race. Much appreciated. Okay, folks, I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me get some music going. And we'll be back. We're gonna work on our chess. Gonna do the hard stuff, the sweat work. Is that working? Beautiful. We got it. Slow turtle wins against the fast rabbit. Yeah. Chess improvement is a marathon, not a sprint. Okay, and let me pull up a game. You guys can watch something. Just need to take a quick break here. Let's see if we can find the game to follow. Oh, there we go. Done. Perfect. Yeah, a lot of memorizing, but that's at the top, the very, very top, you know? So you don't gotta worry about that right now. You don't gotta worry about it. Okay, folks, I'll be back in a few, and we're gonna keep it going. Just gonna leave the chair here for a while. You guys be nice to the chair, okay? It's very sensitive, okay? It doesn't take kindly to insults. So just be nice to the chair, all right? Be nice. And enjoy this this blitz for now. All right, BRB. Alrighty. How's it going, everyone? Hopefully y'all were nice to the chair. That was my one ask. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone said an uh-oh. Finn 41 Knight. Analyze the first game for the Dojo database today. Nice. Yeah, it's when we start analyzing our games, yeah, we just see exactly how much we have to work on. When we play games and we analyze our games, it's just so apparent, like, oh man, so much work to do. Tactics question. Yeah, let me address this. But yeah, look, if you work hard and keep it up, keep up the consistent pace, you will improve, you know, for sure. I mean, step 1 is playing, step 2 is analyzing, step 3 is playing again, analyzing, playing, analyzing. You know, at a certain point you do some studying, some tactics, and so on. Oh, 3,400. Oh man, you are miles ahead of everyone at your rating. Just by thinking about the game you played, you're already way ahead. You're already doing way more. Just by reflecting for a second on your games, you're already doing way more than the average person at your rating level. So great job. Yeah. You might get some newbie games like you do at the gym. Some newbie gains. It's, yeah, just like solid effort, consistent effort, you'll shoot up. We have a lot of members in the program, like in that range, like 0 to 500, that they just start analyzing their games a little bit, and it's like they just go way up because you start learning ideas, you start remembering stuff, you realize like, oh yeah, last time, my opponent threatened mate and then I ignored it for some reason. This time I'm not gonna fall for the same trick, and it's like over time you really build it up. Okay, question about tactics. How has my relationship with tactics evolved as I improved? Yeah, so my thoughts on like tactics and calculation is that they kind of set your ceiling, if that makes sense. So if your calculation is at a certain level, I think it really doesn't matter how much you work on your strategy, your middle games, your end games, your openings. If your calculation is down here, it's going to be like holding everything back, because you can know all the ideas in the world, but if you're not able to calculate 2-3 moves ahead accurately and your opponents are consistently out-calculating you, at a certain point that's going to decide the game. And then this, I think, tracks for a lot of levels. Like if I'm playing against a grandmaster who is much better at calculation than I am, right? And there's a few of those. It doesn't matter if I like catch them in some opening, as long as they get some playable position. Eventually their positional skill will also take over, but more importantly, at some point the game is going to get dynamic and the stronger player in terms of calculation is going to start taking over. And I think there's a lot of examples of players who work on their game a lot and they learn tons of ideas and they read lots of books, they watch lots of videos, but they don't really work on that calculation, and so they just kind of stay at the same level. So for me, tactics and calculation is pretty important to improve. So the question was I always doing tactics regularly? I would say no. Like when I was a kid and growing up, developing as a player, I was doing a lot of tactics then. At a certain point, I slowed down a bit. And then I remember when I was about like 1800 or so, like USCF, I remember I had this feeling like, shoot, I'm not good at calculation. Like I'm getting these dynamic positions and people are outplaying me, I'm blundering stuff. And then I remember at that point I started like taking it more seriously, doing like more difficult exercises. And then I improved a lot because I was doing a lot of work and my calculation improved. And then I remember I got stuck again around like 2200. And again, I had to like do a lot of calculation training. I went through this book that's in the program, Perfect Your Chess, which is very difficult, but very useful. And then that allowed me to like jump up another level. And then I remember I was stuck around like 2360, 2370 FIDE. I had like, I think 2 IM norms. I was like trying to get that final norm, or even maybe before I had norms, I was like trying to get those first norms. I remember I was working very hard and like solving endgame studies, which are of course like kind of advanced, but really good for advanced calculation practice. And then after several months of doing lots and lots of endgame studies, of course that improved my calculation as well. And then that helped. That was one of the things that really helped me get over 2400. And then I remember I did the whole woodpecker method. I did the whole book a couple of years ago. I think 2019 is when I did it. I don't remember. 2019, I think. And I remember my calculation. I felt like it improved a lot from that. So basically, I think tactics and calculation are very important, and Yeah, it's a matter of always kind of challenging yourself with new problems. So I don't really believe in doing a bunch of simple tactics. If it's easy tactics, then you're essentially, to borrow a Russian phrase, you're just pushing air around. You're like not really doing much, right? Like if you just did this a bunch of times with no weight, like you're not going to get a lot of muscle, you know? Or if you have like a 2-pound weight and you just do this like a million times, you're not going to build a lot of strength that way, right? So to improve, you have to like challenge yourself. And the same thing goes in chess. So you do have to kind of balance working on your tactics versus working on your calculation. Generally for players up to, I want to say like 1600, you're basically just working on tactical themes. Just finding quick tactics or 2-3 move combinations. Really not super deep stuff, not super complicated stuff, but just being able to find lots of tactical patterns and being able to calculate short variations but accurately. So for example, like, you guys have probably seen these puzzles where you're in check and 2 moves lose. 1 move allows you to get out of check. And you don't have to calculate that far, but you do have to calculate accurately. You have to figure out exactly where to put the king to avoid the next check. And so this is like the kind of stuff that is very, very important at those like developing levels. Am I going for the GM title? Yeah, I mean, I this has been the goal for the last several years. So, yep, still going. Still going. As you guys can see, I have a tourney fund, I've set up because traveling to tournaments is very expensive, especially for IMs trying to get norms. I don't get a lot of conditions when I'm playing these events. So, yeah, it takes money and effort. So for beginner and intermediate players, yeah, like I would say kind of the same thing. You want to learn tactics and do a lot of tactics to build up your pattern recognition, but they shouldn't be so easy that you're solving them quickly, right? Once you're solving them really quickly, then that's a sign that you need to start working on harder stuff. So, for example, you guys know Puzzle Rush, like first 5-10 puzzles, it's going to be a lot of mate in ones, a lot of back rank mates. So if you're solving those like super, super fast, then those aren't necessarily going to be that useful because it means you're already super familiar with the patterns. So the better thing to do would be to try and learn like new patterns when you're working on your tactical ability. Yeah, sure, Elidon. Let me put commands permit Elidon. Okay, now you should be good to post a link. Otherwise Moobot is very sensitive. Moobot is like no links, not even chess.com. Hopefully we'll fix that. So this is a learning expert. Oh, interesting. They talk about woodpecker method, like spaced repetition, like that kind of thing. That's cool. Sorry, I got something in my teeth. So what do tactics plateaus look like, and how do you break through them? Let me think about this. I mean, okay, one way, of course, you have your puzzle ratings, right? So you can be doing puzzles on chess.com and Lichess, and I don't think your puzzle rating really has to go up every day or anything, but if you've noticed it's been a couple weeks and you're training consistently and like you're doing puzzles every day and the puzzle rating isn't really moving, then maybe a couple weeks you're not seeing any movement, that could be a sign that maybe you're doing something wrong, you're not approaching the puzzles correctly, maybe you're not spending enough time, or maybe there's like something wrong with the thought process. So a lot of times what's needed there is like some feedback. So you got to like do puzzles in front of a coach, for example, and then a coach might be able to give you some tips. Similar thing in like, in fitness and like lifting, you might be doing it all on your own and then like not making progress, and then a coach watches you and it's like, oh yeah, you're moving your arms too much, you're not strengthening your core, your legs are wobbly. A coach can immediately tell you, like an experienced coach can immediately tell you like what you're doing wrong. And it's similar in chess. Like often when I work with students, like with Alexandra, we did a lesson earlier, and I think a couple months ago we did a lesson on calculation. And I was just giving her some exercises, weren't super easy, but weren't super difficult either. And just hearing her thought process for like 2 problems, and I immediately figured out, okay, here, I realized like what she was doing, her issue was that she wasn't looking for enough candidate moves, which is a very typical issue. So she would get a position, she would find a move that looks promising, and then try to calculate it for like 5 minutes, and then not look at any other options on move 1. And sometimes she would miss like a very obvious candidate move that's like much simpler. And it's one of those cases where, yeah, if you just see that one move, then it's like, oh, you solve the problem on the spot. You just have to find this one idea. Or another thing that often happens is you're calculating on some puzzle, you're trying to work through a combination, and maybe you see the first idea and then you find the follow-up, move 2, move 3, but maybe on move 2, maybe you pick the wrong candidate move. So on every move of the calculation, you need to consider options, right? And so, yeah, what she was doing that I noticed very quickly was she would kind of like get hung up on one move and then try to calculate it for a super long time and then not look at any other options along the way, even if there might be something much easier or simpler that she's missing. So that's a really typical one. I call it like tunnel vision, when you just start calculating a line. And yeah, in general, it's better to actually try to calculate a bit wider rather than deeper, if that makes sense. So by wider, I mean you're exploring more options at the beginning. So rather than considering just 1 or 2 moves at the start of the puzzle, you're considering much more. And then you might see like, oh, this move actually looks really promising. And then you can focus on that one. And then if it doesn't work, well, then you have a lot of other options to consider. So you're not spending all your time going down the wrong path. So that's like one example. So in general, I feel like if someone feels stuck and they haven't made a lot of progress, I think one of the fastest ways to get through that is to book a lesson with a coach and then just have them watch you calculate, right, for a bit, try to explain your thought process. And generally an experienced coach will almost immediately be able to be like, oh, yeah, you're focusing on this thing, you need to be looking at this thing. Let's see, what are other examples of typical mistakes in calculation? Apart from not considering a lot of options on move 1, another typical mistake is that people stop their calculation too short. So they see the first move and then they just want to play it. Like they don't really think about how the opponent is going to respond, and then that's it. They're like, oh, this move looks good, and then they just play it, right? So this is an example of a player that's just not going nearly deep enough, right? The bare minimum, you need to be trying to at least calculate 3 moves ahead. So your move, your opponent's response, and then your response to that. That's the minimum of like one variation. And there could be multiple variations to look through. Right, so for Elidon, yeah, I would suggest definitely trying to work on calculation. There's lots of good courses out there and good videos. Like on chess.com, there's lots of good courses on calculation and lessons. On YouTube, of course, you can find lots of videos that explain typical concepts behind calculation and how to like structure your thoughts. I posted this in the Discord, but I did a series on YouTube where I talk about all my thoughts on calculation and how to work on it, how to improve it, the different aspects. Let's see if I can quickly find it. The series is called Kostya's Blueprint. Let me see if I can Google it. And yeah, it's a playlist, so it's a series of 6 videos. I think 6. And yeah, I talk about calculation. I talk about how to improve your evaluation, how to improve your speed, how to work on your visualization. So it's all in the playlist. I feel like I did a decent job with these videos, so I would encourage you guys to check them out to kind of hear my full thoughts on these topics. I'm going to link it in the chat there. There's the YouTube link. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. A lot of times people are like, just do more puzzles. It's just like simple. Just keep doing and there is some truth to that. Like if you just do a lot of puzzles and you follow good habits, I think you can improve a lot on your own. So by following good habits, I mean like taking your time, not guessing, not making the first move in the puzzle unless you're absolutely sure, right? So finding the entire solution and visualizing it before making the move, on chess.com or Chessable or Lichess or whatever. So if you follow good habits and then you review every puzzle you review it to make sure you didn't miss anything, you didn't miss any details, any defenses. I think you can improve a lot by doing that, but it's hard to do it on your own. So it can be a lot easier if you work with someone. Yeah. The other thing, you can solve puzzles along with a training partner. And the good thing about this is that it gives you a lot of feedback right in the moment, especially if you're working with someone that's around your level. And if they're finding stuff that you're not finding or vice versa, then that's really useful for the other player because it's showing like, oh, I'm 1600, they're 1600. They solved this puzzle quickly and I am here sitting, I have no idea. So clearly they're doing something that I'm not and you can learn from them. And then maybe they can explain their thought process, how they find it. Then of course you'll solve some puzzles that they don't solve and then you can maybe help them out. Thing is, okay, just don't be condescending to one another. Just because you solved the puzzle and your friend didn't doesn't mean you can start coaching them and all this stuff, right? But just like try to, be cordial about it. Be like, oh, well, I saw this thing and so that's why. Yeah, so the checks, captures, and threats thing is definitely a great starting point. And a lot of videos focus on this. I'm sure I mentioned it in my videos as well, because this is kind of the starting point of calculation. Because that's how, think about it this way, when you're calculating, especially in some kind of tactical position where there's going to be a lot of forcing lines, a lot of checks, a lot of captures, the reason you want to start with those is because that's how you narrow down your options. When you make just like some random pawn move, a3, usually that means your opponent can react in a million different ways. But when you give them a check or you capture something, you're really narrowing their options in response. So this is why the checks, captures, and threats thing is such an important starting point, is that like most tactical combinations are just going to be based on the forcing moves, checks, captures, and threats. And so when you're a beginner, it's really just checks. It's like you work on mate in 1, which is a check and a mate, right? Then you work on mate in 2s, usually almost always starting with a check and then leading to mate. Then you start working on like simple tactics where it's like capture and then you win, right? Or like sacrifice and then move to you win, sacrifice and then you get a checkmate, right? So you get these like simple tactics where it's like just checks and just captures. And honestly, for a lot of people, that's already hard enough. Just taking a position and then finding all the checks and finding all the captures and trying to see if any of them win. That's already plenty for a lot of players. So we're not even talking about threats. A threat would just be some like a move that's not a check or a capture, but threaten something. So you're threatening mate on the next move. You're threatening to win your opponent's queen. You're attacking one of their pieces. So these moves are also considered very forcing because they reduce the amount of options that your opponent has. And when your opponent has reduced options, that's what allows you to actually calculate, because then you start narrowing it down like a detective. You're like, well, if I play here, they have to make this move, otherwise I'm taking their rook. So they can't, they got to defend the rook, or they got to move the rook away, right? So this is where you kind of start to calculate a bit. And okay, it takes time. It's not an overnight process, right? But follow good habits, and generally the calculation skill will follow and improve. Yeah, books of course are great, and we recommend a lot of books in the program, as you know, like Winning Chess Tactics is a good one. Chess Tactics from Scratch also is a good one. Books give you like a fresh perspective and give you some kind of methods to try and calculate, things to look for. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if I agree with Capablanca about the puzzles, because he was around before a lot of like puzzle books and stuff. Generally, I think, I don't know, if you ask any title player, they'll tell you they probably went through a lot of puzzle books, or at least spent a ton of time working on puzzles. So, generally, I think solving and practicing your solving skill is quite important. Okay. Oh, Brandon's playing. Wow. Okay, these guys are very high-level blitz players. So folks, let me open up my games. I'm going to start setting up so I can annotate them a bit. Happy to keep talking and shooting the breeze. Someone asked me earlier about my thoughts on the whole Kramnik and Hans thing. I've actually talked about it a lot already in the Discord. In our public Discord server, we had a whole thread going about Kramnik. Happy to talk about it more, but I don't know if people are actually interested in that. Okay, you gotta update some games here. Yeah, I remember one time I was like about 2200. I was working really hard on the calculation. I was doing like 90 minutes a day of solving like difficult exercises. I was going through this book by Dvoretsky, who's a great author. And just like very, very tough calculation positions. But I was just putting in my full effort, writing down my solutions, checking the solution. And then, this is a really good tip to improve your visualization. A good thing to do is when you're reviewing the solution, if you miss the problem, to then go back and try to visualize the whole solution from the starting position of the puzzle. So now you've seen the answer. Now you know, okay, you have to find this, this, and this idea, and maybe some lines. And then going back to the start of the puzzle, looking at the board and just understanding for yourself what it would feel like to just calculate all this from the start. So you just play through the solution, but you're just working on your visualization. But it also gives you some confidence, because you then realize, well, like if you can visualize the full solution, that means you're capable mechanically to have found the answer, right? It's just a matter of improving your calculation skill, your analytical skill, and being able to find the right ideas. So like I said, calculation is like a limit for your overall chess. Like you're not going to progress very far if your calculation is holding you back. I think visualization is kind of like, can be the limit to your calculation. If you're not able to visualize, then that's going to hold back your calculation. So you have to kind of work on your visualization ability a bit to be able to actually calculate and see further. Yeah, Eli, I answered your question a bit earlier. Maybe you missed it, but I've been going for the Grandmaster title for several years. I mean, it's I've been going and I'm continuing to go. Yeah. In fact, that's what this tourney fund is all about, because tournaments are very expensive. So it's hard, you know. It's it costs a lot of money just to play one event, and then if it doesn't go well, tough luck. And better luck next time. Do I have any background in STEM? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. No, my major was business in school. I majored in business. I'm aware of math, but no, I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself an expert in anything. I like technology, but that's about it. Oh, let me work on setting up my screen. I need to find the right scene, but I don't have it. Okay, 1 second, folks. Uno momento. Need to find another layout here so we can go to ChessSpace. Start annotating our games. There we go. One second, folks. All right, where's this scene? Oh, here we go. Okay. Just give me 1 second here, folks. Oh, we still got music going, right? Great. This is a great song. This is by this dude named Nicholas Jar, who I don't really know a lot about, just know he makes music. All right, I need another window capture. Oh, we lost the game. My bad. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I would say Kramnik is doing more than just hinting. He's been just flat out saying. I mean, the thing is, it's not really like Team Kramnik or Team Hans here, because multiple things can be true. And in fact, Kramnik, like, he was already, before Hans was allowed back on chess.com, Kramnik was already very focused on the cheating thing. Like, he did this big interview on Levitov Chess a couple months ago, where he was talking about how cheating is rampant, and there's a lot of players, let's say, cheating in Title Tuesday and these high-level tournaments that are just playing way too strong relative to their level. You know, so he's been kind of focused on this for a while, and I think he is correct that there is a lot of cheating going on. But at the same time, I don't think it's right to, let's say, just go after a specific player without really. Brandon, what are you doing? Brandon, he had 3 seconds left. He should be able to mate there. Come on, Brandon. But yeah, while there is a lot of cheating, I think at the higher levels, I don't think, it doesn't make sense to, to analyze, someone's blitz games and, and just look at every move and be like, oh, this move's weird, this move's strange, this move, that doesn't mean anything. It's like, oh, this move's a little weird to me. It's like, no, that kind of analysis is not gonna fly anywhere. So I feel like, multiple things can be true, and that's why it's not just like, oh, Team Kramnik or Team Hans. It's much bigger than that, Yeah, is comparing the OTB blitz accuracy versus online a good way to do it? I honestly wouldn't think so. But I would say it is suspicious if someone is like amazing online and then over the board they're like not that special. I would say that is kind of odd. And for the most part, like if you look at these if you look at the players that are like really good in online blitz, they're generally very good in OTB Blitz as well. Thank you, Eli. Appreciate it. You too. I don't know if I would use the pandemic as an excuse for Hans cheating. I mean, his cheating was pretty. It sounded like he cheated quite a bit online. So yeah, it's no excuse for him. I mean, he was a strong player already. He was IM, maybe even GM strength, you know. So yeah, I feel like that's just not how it works. You know, it's like there's no real excuse for that. You just can't do it. There's no justification for cheating. There just isn't. And maybe it's like, you know, like a little understandable or something, but yeah. Okay, I've got my game here. You guys feel free to keep discussing. But yeah, I gotta annotate some games here, improve my chess. Maybe start submitting some games to the Dojo database. So I'm gonna be annotating games. This is from the US Open, which I played last month, beginning of August. So I analyzed them a bit already, but I haven't gone through and fully annotated them yet, so I need to do that. How long does it take me? Yeah, not as long as Jesse, but it does take me a couple hours. Like it takes a couple. It's hard to do it all in one go. So it definitely takes some time. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, Scott. And I do think the top players have been a bit unfair towards Hans. But it's very messy. Because he's not just... it's not just his online play that's in question. Or at least it wasn't just his online play that was... that they had issues with. It was some OTB events too. Yeah, exactly. Whenever I write something, I have to come back to it and then take a second look, and then usually I feel a bit different. Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I write anything, really. Yeah, so this first game I'm looking at, this was the round 8 game. I was playing black in this one. Oh, let me turn off the move sounds. That's probably super annoying. Just to hear move sounds from a game you're not watching. Okay, that should be better. All right, let's flip the board. And actually, a lot of times I kind of like annotating from the end. So I think I'm gonna jump ahead to. I remember this game quite well. There was basically one critical moment that I'm still upset about. So I'm gonna maybe start with that one, and take it from there. Actually, for the U.S. senior, I mean, I was probably gonna stream the games. I mean, I'm probably gonna be following that tournament anyway. Maybe working it. I'm not sure, but I mean, I'd probably watch Jesse's games live, especially for that tournament. I mean, I I hope we get a whole. Hopefully, me and David can do it. I don't know if David will be around, but it would be nice to, I mean, the whole dojo I think is going to be sweating Jesse during that tournament. So that'll be fun. Whew. Okay, well, this was the situation here. I'm playing black. At this point, I was quite happy with my position. Last move was bishop d3 from the opponents, which was a very good move. Actually, it wasn't the only good move. e6 was also interesting here. I should make a note of this one. e6, interesting. But yeah, let's start with this one. So I took the pawn on e5 with the bishop. The idea that I'm hitting the knight. And, okay, chess space is good question. I don't like this. I don't like, how do I, we need to turn this. I don't like that it's doing that. How do we, yeah, chess is going to be, chess is trying to be all chess.com. Okay, there we go. It went away, but okay, now it's back. But how do I don't want anything on the board. Dang, how do we... Bro thinks it's chess.com or something, right? With this annotations on the board. It's like, we don't need it. We don't need the stickers. All right, time to Google how to remove chess base annotation symbols. It's not going to be easy. I actually gave it 2 question marks in my notes, this move. So I think one is not enough. Oh, I found it, maybe? No. Oh, no, it's not even here anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay. I turned off the assisted analysis and the instant analysis, so maybe that'll help. Okay. Oh, it's still there. All right, whatever. We'll figure it out later. Okay. So this move is bad because it runs into rook de2, which was very strong. And yeah, I totally missed this during the game, which was very frustrating, but happens. I'm just going to write something simple, completely missing my opponent's idea. I looked for his resources, but overlooked White's next move. And then after this, actually, we're in big trouble because we can't take the knight on f4. Rook is hanging. If we take on d3, knight d3, and we lose the bishop on e5, and the bishop is hanging. So I had to play here to scramble and defend, but now white takes on f5, and I still can't take the knight. I have to go here. And this position is actually very, very bad for black. I'm up a pawn, but my structure is completely wrecked. And white has a lot of pressure. So there's a couple things I could have done. Simplest, maybe bishop takes bishop. Knight takes d3. Just take here. And it's not the cleanest extra pawn, but it's an extra pawn, so black should be better. So I was analyzing here queen c2, queen d5, f4, and yeah, white can fight on, but black has at least a small advantage here with the extra pawn. Also possible was this one, taking with the rook on e5 and not walking into the pin. So then take here could happen. I would take the knight, so not to double my pawns. But white can go rook d4, e4, and let's say bishop f6. It's actually a little problematic for white, because if like bishop h3, for example, amazingly this, and a5. Oh, a5 is a very strong move, with the idea of just running the pawn down. But then if takes, rook takes, rook a1 is a huge threat. Winning threat. The white has to go here, but we win the queen. So this would be winning. Yeah, Boris, c5 in which position? Exactly. You're gonna have to help me out here, because I don't know which one you're talking about. I'd have to scroll back. Yeah, but where exactly? Let me know. After which move? Because there's a bit of a delay with Twitch, and I don't like... I scroll back, and then you're like, here. And then I'm like, here where? You know, I don't know what, what moment. So just let me know. Okay, so bishop d7, white would have to find. Okay, there. Yeah, I don't know where you said there, because again, there's a delay. And so I was scrolling through moves and you said there, and I'm like, here? Before bishop d7? Just tell me before which move. Okay. Thank you. So here. So c5, I guess queen takes would be the answer. And then, I mean, looks like black won a pawn. I think again white has to find this bishop d7 move, because otherwise we're just taking on b5. Okay, this one's hanging as well. And yeah, black should be better. Extra pawn. So this actually, this maybe would put the hardest pressure on white. This variation. Because white would have to find bishop d7. Just to keep the advantage at bay. But even here, black is a tiny bit better. King g7. Let's say equal plus. So rook takes e5. This would put the hardest pressure on whites. The following variation. So take, here, here, and then rook takes d4 has to be played, right? Because two pieces are hanging. Bishop e5. Rook d8 check would lose because takes, king g7, and then white has back rank issues and the bishop still hangs. So rook e4. Yeah, otherwise too much stuff is hanging. Bishop drops back to f6, and then black has rook d8 coming, and then the cb5 and a5 idea, which is really strong. Now white would have to find bishop d7. To keep the game alive. Nevertheless, black remains a bit better. Okay, this one is also possible. Bishop takes d3, knight takes d3, and takes. So this would lead to a slight plus after. Knight d3, queen c4, take. And the variation here. So yeah, I took this one, and then we walk into rook e2, and now we got problems. So queen d6, takes here, gf. Then white played g3, which is safe. I think Compy was pointing out this one, c5. take, knight h5. With a very serious attack, but this would be quite complicated. Take here. Yeah, we would have to find this, and then the bishop is trapped. So this isn't super easy. If queen takes c5, by the way, it's just knight d3 with the fork winning a piece. So this is kind of a computer line, but easier actually solution would be queen d3. And then just queen takes f5 and black's position is collapsing. Immediate queen d3, I think black can defend with like queen f6 maybe. Rook a d8. Yeah, Kasparov would have won this position for sure from both sides. Take d3. Yeah, this could be interesting. This actually would be quite unclear here. It's not obvious that white has something. Said g3 happened, which gives black the chance to start shoring up their position a bit. So like king f8 I play to start unpinning. Now c5. And here black was kind of okay. Bishop f6 might have been better. I gotta drink this protein smoothie. I gotta put on some calories. Had a workout earlier today. A lot of lifting. Hard stuff. Worked really hard actually at the gym, but yeah, now we gotta gotta get some food and recover. No, not even close. Okay. So c5, this could have really punished this. So this would punish black even further. And then this would be winning for white, just taking this pawn, and yeah, we got no good defense here. Bishop g7, queen d2. I played b6. Just trying to open things up on the queen side, get some counterplay. Queen b4, I took here. Otherwise, we got real issues. Here, cb6, we can go queen e7, and I was looking at this during the game, but I think it just peters out into a draw or equal position. In the game, I also get an endgame where I'm like up a pawn, but too many weaknesses to really do anything with. So this takes, king g8, takes, queen takes. This was one moment actually. A takes b6. Might have been the last try to play for the win. e7. But black would have to find c5. So with idea, rook e7, c5. Takes, 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 takes. And it's still probably close to equal, but at least it's a little better than the game. With a likely draw, but at least more chances than the game. This game I took like this, queen c4, took here, queen b7, queen c6. And yeah, we didn't have any real chances here because white is just very well placed with the knight on d3, kind of blocking everything. Our bishop having a hard time finding a job. So I took. And yeah, I tried for a bit here, but eventually offered a draw as there wasn't really a way to make progress here. So this was the final position here. We repeated a couple times, but yeah, basically it was a draw. Also, white could have traded rooks, and this is also holding, but maybe not as simple as what happened. In the game, white's rook is very active, and yeah, basically impossible for black to do anything. Question about the Grunfeld, or about openings, if you should play them just in blitz. I don't know if I don't think it's like a waste of time. I mean, you never know. You might end up playing it eventually, right? So I would say it's not such a big deal. Yeah, I think it's fine to try different things, especially in faster time controls. That's what Blitz and Rapid are there for. You know, kind of experiment a bit, different openings, learn new ideas from your games. You know. Oh no, I'm just analyzing my game here. Yeah, it's not a puzzle. This is a equal endgame. I just wanted to write white could also trade rooks. But it's probably simpler to just keep the rooks on. This is kind of what I was thinking during the game. I thought I could try this f4, try to get my king in, but as long as like white doesn't just like take, even this is probably a draw. Very likely so, but yeah. So I could probably also trade rooks and hold, but it's simpler to just keep the rooks on. Okay, and then we ended up drawing here. Alrighty, so that was kind of it for this game, at least for the critical part. Opening and middle game was also kind of interesting. Folks, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Yeah, the knight was just too strong in that position, so there was nothing we could do. Okay, BRB. Charlie, how's it going? We are annotating some games here. How's it going? I don't think this line is super relevant. So this was the moment we were starting to take control. Hey dog, how's it going? So we could win the exchange like this in this line. This is another maybe key position during the game. I played Rook E8, but there might have been better moves. Even Bishop G4 here was possible. F3. Dropping all the way back. Yeah, that's not easy to see. That's not easy to see at all. Oops. Okay, so H5, knight D3. H5 was possible here. Knight D3. And we have to play like queen A5 or queen A3 maybe. That could be a bit better. Okay, let's go back. So we had this position, white went for this. Could also play knight E2. In the game, I don't remember exactly what I was thinking here. Bishop G4. Yeah, I was definitely considering this. But yeah, this wins. This wins because we pick up a piece at the end. Got the extra exchange. Okay, here. H3. Take C5. This would be another possibility. All right, but let's go back. Kind of want to look at this opening. So opening was King's Indian. Then let's see, up until this point, this was all, I think around here I was on my own. And this was the first moment where I really had to make a decision, because up until here, every move was basically kind of essential. B4, and here I could have thought about it. Yeah, Queen F6 definitely not the best. Knight G5 was better. Say, for example, B5. Could go Knight E6 or Queen A5. And black is basically fine. Rook D8, Knight E6. We have good counterplay. Knight G5, Queen A4, Bishop D7, Rook D1, Rook D2. This was White's maybe first mistake. So after Rook D2, Knight E6 was already fine for black here, because knight comes to D4. Queen D1, and then I very much like this move, Queen E7. Because with Queen D1, of course, White was stopping Knight D4, because if takes E5, and then can win this pawn. Also maybe playable for black, but I like this move, which kind of sets up Knight D4 and taking over the dark squares. Just let me write something here. Winning the battle for the D4 square. Oh, I forgot to turn on the AC. All right, I'm sorry. 1 second, folks. It's getting warm in here. All right, AC is on. Did Kostya pull a Jesse? What do you mean, Charlie? What do you mean by pulling a Jesse? I was chair streaming for a while. Yeah, not the first time. Nor the last. Yeah, and we looked at this a little bit. We were thinking takes. This would have been nice for white. At least slightly better. And then this. This was surprising to me that white could go for this one. Queen c2, and then white is actually better here because knight is coming to d5. Hey, Pie Man. Stamina tips. Well, I think mental stamina is kind of similar to physical stamina, right? So you need to be in good physical shape to be able to stay in good mental shape for the whole weekend. So it's tough, but yeah, if you improve your physical shape, I think that would definitely help. And then in terms of working on your mental shape, I mean, yeah, it takes practice, but you have to I don't know, you have to take care of your physical needs too, like getting good sleep, good diet, this kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I thought the split pawns are kind of awkward for white, but yeah, I guess it doesn't matter that much because white is just kind of dominating the queen side and yeah, taking a lot of space here. Our bishop on f8, our g7 is not great. His pie man. Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy, that's for sure. Whew, man, I'm getting tired. All right, I'm kind of sick of this game. We gotta stop. Whew, that was tough. My brain is killing me. We've been streaming for a while. So you're in pretty good physical shape. Then, oof, I'm not sure I have a lot of suggestions for you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much OTB you've done, but for sure playing more should help as well. Are Brussels sprouts good for the gut? I thought they're kind of not toxic. Toxic is not the right word, but I thought they're kind of fibrous, Even the cooked ones. All right. Well, we'll have to finish up this game another time. Yeah, no, I mean, I've definitely heard that eating a lot of vegetables is good, a lot of different ones. But I mean, a lot of people, myself included, have trouble digesting raw vegetables, like broccoli and stuff. So I think it's better, or it's easier on the digestive system if they're cooked. Yeah, this was the game for anyone that missed it. We didn't really go through or anything. I was just kind of sitting here quietly annotating. It was King's Indian. We got the d4 square. And then really the key moment was here, where we're doing well. We got the two bishops and Like, white has a lot of weaknesses. And we took on e5 here. We should have taken with the rook. This was the one move I would change in this game if I could change anything. Because this would lead, I think, to at least a nice position for black. But in the game we went bishop takes e5, and we blundered this one. And then it got tough. So I had to go back, and now white was doing really well. Then white could have won with c5 here and queen d3. This would have been very annoying. But instead, white played it a little carefully, and we managed to kind of slowly escape. And eventually, we got into this endgame, which was very, very drawish. It was really hard to do anything here. And then we drew. So that was the game. Okay. I'm going to go back to the chess.com. We're going to train our blitz now. We did some game annotation now. Time to work on our calculation speed. Yeah, same here, Finite, same here. But yeah, like the natural probiotics are supposed to be very good. But it's hard because I'm not great with yogurt because it's dairy. And kimchi, I just don't like the flavor. So I try to eat a lot of sauerkraut. I'm left with sauerkraut. All right, let's see if we can get some 3-2 going. Maybe some 2+1. Some 3+1. See if we can get a match. It's always hard to find increment games on chess.com. But we'll do our best. Yeah, maybe I should have a little amount. Oh, cooking with kimchi. Maybe I should try that. Yeah, if you have any, do you have any suggested recipes or stuff to look into? I'd be curious. Okay, we got a game. 3-2. See if we can. So we have a lot of motivation to improve our speed chess skills these days. So we gotta work on our game. All right, e4, going for King's Indian attack. Let's block off the queen side. Interesting. I wonder how long white's not going to castle, but they can't not castle forever. Eventually we're going to get queen over here. Try to get this one in. Playing for the attack. Maybe here and here. Let's hit the queen first. Now we're looking to sack. Sack and mate. All the pieces in position. I had a game entitled Tuesday where I totally misplayed it and I feel like doing better here. F4. Okay, but now everything collapses. And then if rook f2, we just have take and knight h3. White's king is just way too open now, so should be just a matter of time. Whoa. Okay, need to get some more pieces in, but this should mate. Whoa, hold on. Queen's hanging. Alright, I guess we have this check. Probably missed a simpler knockout, but should still be winning. Rook takes 94. Oh, Queen f3 there was faster. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, let's see. Let's analyze this real quick. I think we played okay, but oh, maybe g5 here. Ah, I didn't think about g5. That would have been nice. Just g5. Then we give black nice attack. All right, guys, we're just gonna have to play the 3-minute because we're tired of waiting. G5, yeah, fighting against the hook. All right, there's no increment. We got to keep that in mind. There was a game, Duda Carlson, that went like this. I think it was f6 and f5. I have no idea. We're gonna have to look at this. Yeah, James Blake. I'm a big fan. I feel like we should be okay here. 2 bishops. We would push f4 in the middle game, but in the end game, I'm a little worried about e-pawn getting weak. It's annoying. Tummy's rumbling a bit. It's enjoying the protein shake a little bit too much. Feeling kind of stuck. Oh, we gotta hurry up too. Okay, bullet game. We got the mate. Back rank mate, very strong. GG. Whoa. You serious? No mistakes? 3-minute game? Let's go. Do I face e4 and d4 roughly the same? Yeah, at this level I feel like it's about 50-50. Especially if you count like knight f3, c4, maybe more closed openings actually. But at lower levels, you're gonna see e4 much more often. Okay, let's look at this one, because this was a very theoretical game. Up until here, I kind of knew what I was doing. Though I want to check the theory, because I remember there was a very nice game, Duda against Carlsen. Well, Carlsen won, very nice fashion. Let's see if I can find my notes. Blitz can be useful, guys, if you like take it seriously and like analyze the games and try to learn stuff. All right, where's this line? So knight d2. Oh, bishop e6 was played. Okay, so my f6 was like totally, I just invented. Bishop e6 was played by Magnus. Ah, okay, I half remembered. And then it was knight b3, f5. And then f3, f4. Yeah, this is a very nice game. And then bishop c1, Magnus played rook a8, which of course he had prepared in advance. Because this is a kind of a crazy move to find over the board. Actually, was it OTB? Was it no, it was an internet game actually. It was a speech like rapid game. But yeah, this attack very powerful. Bishop goes to d5. I gotta remember this. Bishop e6 and then f3, and yeah, very sharp position, but looks like black has strong attack. Do I put my blitz games in a database? Some of them, like when I played the speed chess matches, like the I Am Not a GM, I put all those in a database and I analyzed those quite a bit. And then when I was training for it, I would play some matches and then analyze a lot of the games. But yeah, my random Blitz games, Title Tuesday, generally not. Although maybe I should. I could go and download all of them. It wouldn't be too difficult. So that could be fun. Okay, next game. Let's go. Against the Peerts, I like the Peerts 150, English 150 attack. Peerts 150. E4, bishop E3, queen D2, F3, castle queenside. That's what I typically go for, especially in Blitz. That's what I would recommend. English 150, yeah. Or I think it's called no, I'm mixing up the names. It's called the English attack, or it's also known as the Peerts 150 attack. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Aman puts all his games in that. That's interesting. Full open. Yeah, maybe I should consider that. Because I do try to play I don't try to mess around in Blitz. I do try to play serious lines. Okay, this one we probably won't analyze too deeply. All right, next game. That's funny. Yes, sir. So this is kind of like reverse Sicilian structure, if you think about it. Open Sicilian. Oh, bishop goes to g6, kind of annoying. I gotta hurry up here. Go d3 here. Can I take? Thank you very much. Was e-pawn hanging earlier? That's why black played? Oh, I didn't realize e-pawn was hanging. Hold on. How long was the e-pawn hanging for? Oh, when I played 94. Oh, yeah, that e-pawn was takeable. Okay. D1. I have queen c4 check. Keep the pawn. Okay, time to castle. We got our extra pawn. We're happy. We're happy. All right, but we gotta play fast. There's no increment here. Shoot, annoying. Hitting the rook. Oh, maybe here, actually. All right, that's fine. Some back rank problems? Heyo. Got him with the back rank again. Let's go. These guys need to do some puzzle rush. Let's go. Let's go. GG. This opening was kind of wonky. I don't think I would repeat this one. D4 maybe. We should look at it still. D4. Maybe could play like this. Can't imagine white has much of an edge here. Oh, ED4. Actually, I'm curious if I could have taken this pawn because I didn't see that. I didn't see that. No, it looks like no. This looks super risky. Oh yeah, take queen d5. Yeah, that would not be good. Yeah, kind of similar Marazzi. Although I feel like Marazzi it's only Marazzi against the accelerated dragon. I don't know if it's actually Marazzi here. Against like, you know, Scheveningen type setup. Anyway. Okay. Rossalimo. All right, let's go. I like this one. Yeah, I don't know if I play this one either. Yeah, I kind of stopped playing Taimanov a while back, actually. It's just been over a year since I was playing Taimanov. I kind of just fully switched to Sveshnikov. Just because it's kind of more interesting to me. It was just time for a change. I was playing Taimanov for a couple of years, and I was just getting a little tired of some of the lines. So I was actually very much inspired by Magnus's play in this Svesh. I really liked how he handled it in his match against Caruana, and then after that as well. No, G5, no good, no good. Don't go G5. What do we do here? Try to get the knight to E6. Yeah, I mean, Rossalimo, it's not the easiest to play, but it's interesting. Definitely leads to some really interesting structures. All right, we're going all out, huh? Thank you for following, folks. Thank you for following. Ooh, this is getting rough. I don't like this. I'm very nervous about this position, but hopefully we can survive. All right, 96. I'm not afraid of the check. I'm just gonna castle by hand. King goes to G7. We're still 2 pawns up. And this knight on A5, you know, it's out of the game. Jules with the raid. Thank you. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone, welcome. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Thanks for the raid, Jules. Hopefully you had a good stream. We did some serious chess work earlier, I promise. And now we're working on our speed game. Man, we lost all our pawns. Oh, and we're flagging too. Oh, not good, not good. I need to not flag. Oh, we got him. GG. Well, look, it's 3-0, guys. Look, we're playing without increment, guys. We're playing without increment. So don't even look at me like that. Don't even look at me. I don't want to hear it. Okay, I don't want to hear it. All right, we're playing with no increment. It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. I mean, you know, it comes down to the clock. Thanks again, Jules. Let me give Jules a shout out before we forget. You guys go follow Jules, fellow chess improver. We streamers, we need some support. I'm actually just playing the pool in Blitz and then trying to review the games, learn a bit. So yeah, knight f6 here, knight c4. Actually, this was a little bit awkward. You know, a lot of times you can go f6 in these positions. Exactly. So f6 here, I think was very possible. And then developing. Oh, this is not our game. Oh, I hate the auto game. Get out of here. See a4. Probably go knight h6, knight f7. Just make some moves. This would be very playable for black. Okay. We learned something. This was bad. We were in deep. We were in trouble here. Although here actually like kind of surviving. Amazingly here, best move was queen c6, check. White's down 2 pawns, but gets the rook in. The rook was open in the endgame. Okay, FIDE Master, let's go. Yeah, f4. Actually, I've been meaning to look at this one as well, because this is kind of unpleasant for black. Okay, at least we're not getting mated. And now we can just play for the flag, as they do in the 3 minutes. I try to get 3+2 games, 3+1, but no one's interested. There's very, very few takers in the pool. Very few. Whoa. Yeah. And chess.com, yeah, it's like really hard to find 3+2 games. At least where I'm at. Lead chess, actually, I think it's a little bit better. I don't play a lot on lead chess, but I feel like I'm able to find 3+2 games a little bit faster. So there seem to be more takers there. Oof, I'm not happy about this, but we're doing what we gotta do. All right, let's bring this guy in. I mean, I think we're okay. I don't see why it wants to. All right, we got to play for some counterplay. We need some counterplay. Oh, this is a rough position. No. Wait. It's a piece. Okay, I think this is allowing a draw, but I don't see a better option. Okay. I guess we went nuclear here. Ah, shoot. Uh-oh. Oh, it's not good. Oh, man, we totally blew it. Yeah, that's our bad. I want to look at this opening, though. F4. Be C4. Okay, we could have gone for this, huh? C4. And B6. Yeah, okay, this is more playable. Then let's see the game. The game we were definitely worse. Maybe should have gone E6. I don't know why I played E5 actually. E6 is like more positionally, just not closing down the bishop. Okay, and then this endgame probably was winning actually, but oh wait, takes? Oh, King F7 takes here. Okay, yeah, totally missed that. Yeah, White should have won this game anyway. Whatever. So we got here. Place for the win. What could we do? Yeah, this is tough. Rook takes E7 here would win. Okay. Tough game. Oh, playing Grandmaster. We got to play Fallujah in this line in Title Tuesday. That was fun. Very tough game that we kind of blundered out of the opening, but other than that, it was cool. Tough position, huh? Yeah, you're right. I should go back. He's right. The knight should not leave C3. Oh man, yeah, I'm just getting thoroughly outplayed here. Yeah, we're busted here. Okay, time to resign. Let's look at this one. How do we handle this? Knight b5, huh? Knight b5 was the way. Wait, why can't we take here in bishop g5? Ooh. Nice. Okay. So king g2 or d8? Taking. Okay, wow. Tactics. Yeah, it's hard to find this stuff, huh? So, h4 maybe I could have played h5. Tough, tough. Oh, most delicious snack or junk food. Uh-oh, we're gonna be here all day if we get into that. I don't know. Maybe pizza? I think pizza takes the #1 spot. You know? Who doesn't like pizza? let's open up the bidding. I'll start the bidding at pizza. My mind reader. Wow, everyone likes pizza, huh? How did I know? I don't want to take this pawn. I'm scared, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately pizza is just like not great for you, huh? It's like fat and gluten, carbs. Pizza. Yeah, at least you can put some vegetables on it. That's true. But it's not the worst thing. I feel like fat and sugar. I feel like donuts are the worst thing for you. See if we can try to win this endgame somehow. I feel like black might be comfortable. Whoa. It's an interesting move. But maybe we can round up this pawn. Cheesecake, huh? Okay, guys, let's talk food. Look at this move, huh? I can't take because of c7. Let's talk food. You guys have convinced me. Can't eat a whole cheesecake? Look, you have to try, okay? Look, it takes time. First you eat a little bit, next time, you know, it's like slowly you have, you build up your resistance. Oh, right, he's not resigning because there's no increment. If there was increment, he would resign. All right, never mind. Next game. How'd this opening go? Opening was okay. Here we took. We didn't have to take. Queen c7, huh? Queen c7, rook d8. That would have been better. Okay, I learned something. We didn't have to take. Taking was fine. I think this endgame is actually quite okay for black. At least equal, but... This one I wasn't so sure. Yeah, c6, b6. b6 was nice. b6 was good. Because if we take... Bishop takes here, and then white's a-pawn would be very annoying in the long run. Yeah. Look, if you're not eating a whole cheesecake, all right, are you really trying? Cheesecake's good. It's not my favorite dessert. I mean, look, if we're talking desserts, like... Well, here's the thing. It's like you got pies, you got brownies, you got cookies, but I mean, for me, like, and I've made this point before, but for me, the ultimate dessert is, you know, warm pastry with ice cream. All right, why don't we go Ross Limo? Why do they get all the fun? E5, huh? Okay, this one's weird. This one I'm not super familiar with. Okay, I guess we're playing Rui Lopez now. Favorite? Well, look, like pie, for example, pie with ice cream. I mean, very hard to go wrong. Like apple pie, cherry pie, brownies. I mean, maybe that's the best. Warm brownie with ice cream. Like, how do you? What can like a brownie sundae? Ooh, cherry cheesecake. It's interesting. Oh yeah, and a coffee. Yeah, I mean, done. Done. Okay, should be good for us. I mean, we have a nice center, nice structure. D5 square. Okay. Interesting. Oh, made by Leah, huh? I haven't heard of that place. I think we have a threat. Rook e6, queen takes e6, queen takes e2, queen e8, checkmate. Oh. We get this? Let's go. What's this e5? E5 I've seen. I know Magnus was playing it, but I haven't looked at this at all. Queen c7 was probably better here. So this might have been a blunder, actually. Yeah, queen's just trapped. Okay, I'm not such a... And it's not like I saw this. Okay, I played one normal developing move. I didn't even see that I'm trapping the queen until like here. But actually, black could have played here and then... Ooh, h3. Yeah, I'll probably watch the bullet portion. I mean, I know the final results, but I'll probably watch the bullet because it was pretty exciting. Thanks for following, folks. Thanks for following. Yeah, he's playing the Tiger system. This is Dojo, by the way. Chess Dojo. We keep it focused on chess improvement. Generally, we focus on like classical chess. Like earlier, I was annotating it like a classical game, but lately I've also been trying to work on my speed chess. Because there's a lot of speed chess opportunities these days. You know, you got Title Tuesday, you got the Arena Kings, you got the Bullet Brawl. I mean, I haven't even played any Bullet Brawl, but a lot of stuff is going on. Oh, e5 takes knight g4, some bishop g6, queen d7. Good work, good work. So yeah, if you guys are interested in chess improvement content, we got a nice YouTube channel. And very active Discord server for people that love talking chess improvements. Oh man, tricky position. Not easy. Not easy. Maybe e6, queen g5. Oh, e6 takes, maybe take here. Ooh, that looks fun. Anand, by the way, you know, so much chess going on. There's like Levitov chess started today. I didn't see any of Levitov chess, just the on Twitter. I saw Anand won some nice games. Svidler. I really want to check out that tournament actually, because it's like such an insane lineup playing OTV. You're like Grisha, Kramnik, Anand, Svidler, Gelfand, Mamedyarov, like all kinds of players. All right, we got to open him up. Yeah, Ronian. Always rooting for Levon. Okay, this has to be winning for white, like completely. Okay, but we don't have a lot of time. Hoo-hoo. We gotta take. Gotta take. And then Rook d8 check, Queen f7. Let's go. Let's go. Give me Rook d8. Give me Rook d8. Rook d8, King g7, check. Rook f5 check. Maybe just Rook d6. Easy. Easy. Discovered attack. Oh, hold on. Rook h1 check. Hold on. Rook h1. Wait, no, I think this is mate. Yeah, what am I even... I need to learn how to calculate like 2 moves ahead. Queen f7, Rook h5. Game over. Game over. Okay, rematch. Let's go. Well, okay, yeah, I mean, at 40, it's... at 40, obviously. I think most players are going to be... But, you know, Anand... How old was Anand when he won the candidates to face Carlsen? He was in his 40s, right? So it's not like you can't have good performances, but of course, yeah, I mean... The body keeps the score, you know? The body keeps the score. Oh, f4. Go f4. Remember we learned this c4 thing. Okay, doesn't want it. If f4... Oh, but now c4, d4. Let's try it. Remember we learned this idea from the other game. It's not exactly the same position here, but I feel like it's similar enough that we should have decent compensation here. Yeah, I like this for white. I feel like this is fun. e5, knight d5. Yeah, we got some serious light squares. Not totally sure what's happening here, though, to be honest. I don't want to go e6, but it's hard to find other moves. I'd make a draw here. Draw's fine. We were worse, so. Yeah, my bishop was bad. Yeah, exactly. So I was I was pretty happy with the draw there. At some point I want to go e4 and take over the center here. Okay, now I like my position. We get e4. Oh, maybe not. Let's go back. Now if we can just prevent black from playing c5 in a decent spot, we should have a very comfortable game. Also looking for some knight g5 tricks, but yeah, not making it work so far. Yeah, you know, I mean, these older guys, of course, they're like, they've got class up the behind, you know? Class up the behind, so they're very good. Let's try this one. And I want some queen g4 action on the king side. Obviously knight is hanging right now, so knight f6. Let's see, do we go rook g5? No, I don't think that's, I think we have to keep it central, nice and central. Yeah, there's a lot of Arcade Fire on this playlist, isn't there? Oh, nice, nice. Shoot. Oh no. Oh no! You got me with the pre-moves. So slow. My bad. Declined. Oof. Okay, opening. Opening was fine. Maybe 95 here, huh? Yeah, sorry folks. We're just not fast enough sometimes. That's okay. Happens. Oh, all right. Chess coach Andres, let's go. Hey, we just annotated a game in this line. Let's see. Is Andres streaming? Or is he just playing? He better be streaming, because this is not fair. He's not even streaming. Unbelievable. Andres, you can't play 3-minute unless you're streaming. What is he just playing 3-minute like for no reason? Now he can't go b4 yet because rook is hanging. And I might be able to get in if it goes b3. Yeah, makes sense. All right, here comes the engine. I mean, like the steam engine, not the chess engine. Steam engine. Steamroller. Yeah, I gotta resign this one. Unfortunately, we misplayed it. Let's play again. We'll analyze it after. That was always bad. I never really felt too comfortable with the position. Yeah, Andres himself, he plays a lot of King's Indian too. Okay, I think we take this one. Thank you, Cueca Blanca. Thank you, thank you. Pablo, good job, good job. You had totally winning position. That's step one. Next time you beat them, okay? Next time you beat them. Our position here, get the pawn back even. Oh, we got 94. Okay, let's do that. I was lucky. Oh, we got 93. Oh. Draw is good. Draw is good. Ooh, wait. Let me ask if he has any interest. Oh, he gotta go. Okay. I wanted to see if you want to play some 3-1, some real chess. 3+1. Perfect chess. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, so when we drop back, we're no longer hitting b7. So a4 could have played. Or h4 maybe. h4 is probably better. Okay, we learned something. Oh, this guy, Nicholas. Yeah, there's all of these lines, for example, against Taimanov that I don't understand. Slav's not boring. Go d6 here so I don't have to deal with the pin. And knight f6 should be okay. Oh, my move? There's the YouTube thumbnail. That's funny. This is a weird one, though. This might really backfire. Feels like a nice Sicilian, though. I feel like we got everything, and white's not super developed, right? Yeah, Tame Impala, another one of my favorites. G5, knight d7, other knight comes around. See, this is why we play the Sicilian, like beautiful positions like this, you know? All your pieces get into the game. I'm just going to go knight d7 anyway. I don't need to be asked. All right, then we'll castle. We're going to castle very soon here. Whoa, shoot. I missed that. Thankfully, we're okay, but yeah, I'm starting to miss a lot of stuff, which is not good. But position still seems very much okay. I like my bishops. So funny. Look, guys, you always want your bishops lined up, okay? Because then they control all the squares, see? Both players understand this fact. Uh-oh. Okay, dude's got 20 seconds. I just need to, like, not completely collapse. Bishop's hanging. Dude pre-moves a lot. Very fast. I gotta be careful with this guy. The pre-moves. Okay, Benoni, no problem. I'm gonna castle soon. Okay, should be a bit better for white. Whoa, all right. We take those. We take those. Now I want this, or queen e2. Yeah, I thought this might be coming. It's an annoying move. Oh boy, we got our work cut out for us here. Oh shoot. I must slipped. I wanted rook b6. Unlucky. Let's look at this real quick. Yeah, h3, f5, black is already fine. Queen f2, f5, then e5. So this is how we had to play it. And then white's doing really well here because black's king is just wide open. Okay, good to know. Next game. Thanks for following, folks. Thanks for following. We try to stream every day on this channel. It doesn't always work out, but we try. That's what we aim for. Tomorrow morning, actually, we are going to be doing Dojo talks, I believe. And topic, I think we're talking about Jeremy Silman's influence on chess writing, if I understand correctly. It's Jesse's idea, his topic. And that's going to happen tomorrow. It's on the schedule. It's going to happen at 9 Eastern. So tomorrow morning. Yeah, should be an interesting one. It's playing against knight c4. Maybe here next. Oof. My wrist is starting to hurt. b5. b5, e4, I guess. I can go e4 anyway. Yeah, we started missing everything. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. GG. Can we find some advantage here? I don't know. H4 next. Oh. Maybe we play for mate? Oh, but there's no mate. This king just runs. Yeah, I think BC black is better. You know. Weird position, but we're definitely a lot worse here. Maybe we can fight. Okay, it's tricky for black because we have a nice knight. We have rook check. Oh, this wins. Let's go. All right, same line. All right, but he plays with b3. This, huh? No, this is not how white should play this. Should be comfortable for black. h4, queen d7. Maybe this knight somewhere. Okay, white has like no moves. I think we're all right. Why is this tricky? Yeah, somehow we really messed it up. I think we're still okay. But we should have been more than okay. No, we're okay. Down a pawn, but I feel like we're quite active, so I think we're okay. Oh, I just hung the rook. You didn't see it. Lucky. We're still, we're worse. Yeah, tough one. Let's play again. I hit NM, I think I was 18. So it's kind of late compared to others. Oh, Andy Woodward beat Hans? Really? World Juniors, huh? Wow, good for Andy. Andy's very, very strong. Very, very strong. Super tactical, too. Easy. Just block the pawn. And then the king walks in. Okay, GG, GG. No, Pablo, I don't like 1 minute. It's too dangerous. I think this is okay for black. Some counterplay. Yeah, we're getting tired. Hey, thank you, Danielle. Thank you. Have a good one. Oh man, we're down on time. Ooh, folks, yeah, we are getting there. Trying to get this bishop out. Now we're okay. Now I think we're equal. Equalized. Queen c6, maybe we can just ignore it. Or try to round up the pawn. Okay, endgame. Probably a draw. Okay, draw's fine. Draw's fine. Folks, I'm getting tired. I gotta get out of here. I'll probably play viewers another night, another day. And we can play some games there. But yeah, we gotta call it. Man, we've been Been streaming for 6.5 hours. Where did the time go? Where did the time go, huh? Dang. We got some work done. We did a good lesson with Alex, and then we annotated one of our games, and then we played like 4.5 hours of Blitz. So I would say it's pretty productive overall. Folks, thanks for following the channel. We'll be live again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central Time. So less than 12 hours, we'll be live again. We're doing Dojo Talks, our podcast that we record live. Isn't Blitz frowned upon? By who? I think we're talking Jeremy Silman tomorrow and his influence on chess books. Oh, Jesse. Oh, well. Well, if Jesse frowns on something, then can't do it, right? Just can't do it. Honestly, if we stopped doing all the things Jesse frowned upon, there wouldn't be much left in this world. Oh, that's sweet. Feingold did a stream of his games. That's very sweet of him. Yeah. I'll talk about this tomorrow. I didn't know Jeremy Silman. I just had a chance to meet him once. But of course I'm more familiar with his books. Look, if you're in the training program, guys, then yes, Blitz is not for you, right? If you're trying to improve your classical chess, Blitz is not great. Blitz is not great. But hey, if you're trying to improve your Blitz, it's great for that. So, yeah. Alrighty, let's end it there. Folks, I've got this tournament fund. Speaking of tournaments, speaking of Jesse wants so much from me. So much. It's okay, I can say this now. He's been asleep for hours. It's way past his bedtime. Jesse asked so much of me. He's like, when are you going to annotate your games? When are you going to play tournaments? When are you going to go to the gym? And then he asked me for like all this dojo stuff. I'm like, dude, how much time do you think I have here? What's me to do all this stuff? It's overwhelming. Very overwhelming. Can't do it all. Yeah, I'm trying to like stream, build up the dojo, work on our training program, our Discord, our YouTube, or Twitch. Earlier today, he's like asking me about our Patreon page. Oh, how come we're not doing anything with our Patreon? Well, I don't know. Why? I don't know, Jesse. I don't know. Why don't you do something with the Patreon? It's wild. Thank you. Earlier today, we were talking about emailing people, because people join the program and then they don't follow through. They log in, they get a little overwhelmed, and they kind of back out. And so we're talking about like we need to email these people and get them training. And I was making this point, like email, very important. We got to get people on board. With the email. There's a lot of lost souls out there that are not in the Discord. Discord's too complicated. It's fine. It's too complicated. That's something Jesse's very good at, complaining about Discord. And then I'm talking about, hey, we should email people. And he's like, you know what he said? He was like, Kostya, I was trying to tell you about email a year ago. And you were like, oh, millennials don't like email. And I'm like, all right, great, Jesse. What did you do then over the past year? How many emails have you sent? Zero. So Jesse's just very good he's very good at frowning upon things. Without doing much. He's just great at complaining without solutions. Anyways, where were we? Oh, we're having issues finding people to spar with. Yeah, this is a common issue. What cohort are you in, Blunder? I mean, there should be people in your cohort. We've got a lot in the lower cohorts. But are you saying are you posting in the Discord and then no one's issue? 13, 1400. Yeah, there's a lot of people in there. Have you tried posting on the calendar? Or just asking in the Discord? Elvis? Cool. I think I've seen you. Yeah, it's like Jesse has like zero autonomy. Like everything is someone else's fault with Jesse. And then he just comes on here, complains about the Discord, and then he like instills this learned helplessness throughout, to his fellow boomers. He just tells them over and over again the Discord's too complicated. And probably a lot of them could figure it out. Like, it's not the most complicated app, but, they just have Jesse's voice in their head that it's too hard, it's too complicated. Meanwhile, Jesse uses Discord all the time. We literally use it every day to talk. Anyway. But yeah, the problem is the Discord. That's the problem with the program, nothing else. Yeah, I think we would be better off if he was like, maybe it's not that bad, But he's like, constantly trying to convince people that it's too complicated. Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow with Dojo Talks. Should be a good one. We're going to talk Silman and his influence on chess. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, we're working all the time to improve it. Actually, soon we're going to have a free tier available. I think next week, actually, it'll be ready to launch. So for anyone that's interested in trying the Dojo training program, link is actually right there in the chat, ChessDojo.club. We're going to have a free trial available soon. So you can see what the site is like, what the plans are like, some of the different features. You obviously won't get access to everything. It's the free plan. So it's not going to come with like the opening repertoires and a couple other stuff, but it'll give folks a chance to kind of try the program for themselves before having to pay or subscribe. But yeah, folks, check out the Dojo training program, a structured training plan to improve your ELO. We have just about 1,400 members, And lots of people are in there and they're working and they're gaining and doing really good. So if you're ready to get serious about your chess, check out the training program. All right, folks, that's going to do it. Do donate to the fund. I got this new tourney fund because traveling to tournaments, flight, hotel, very expensive. But if you check out the tips link down below, all donations much appreciated. And we will keep bringing you the best chess content we can. Friends are tired. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Word of mouth, folks. Word of mouth is the best marketing. My next tournament, I think I'm gonna play some local events here in St. Louis. Some rapid tournaments. I think my next serious event is probably gonna be a Norm event in November. And then I'm gonna try to play in December as well. I'm trying to go to Europe, but you guys can imagine it's pricey. But I'm hoping to play in Spain in December. Hoping to. We'll see. Citrus, exactly. But that's going to take some planning. But yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, that would be great. Maybe. All right, folks, let's get out of here. Let's raid GM Canty, our friend. He's always sending us raids here at the dojo. Go drop him a follow if you haven't already. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys back here this weekend. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Always good to have company on stream. All right, I'm tired. I gotta get some rest. Take care, y'all. Have a good night. Tell Canty we send our regards.